Even Mr. Met has endured a long, hard season, 160 games to this point, but it's the final Saturday in Flushing, and you never know what magic that might bring. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Houston Astros. This Mets game on SNY is presented in HD by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling. Keith had a flat tire. No, I'm serious. He really did. He'll be along in just a little bit. And Ronnie's got the receipt from Keith to prove it. So he's a little winded. He'll be with us shortly. The last 2 years, the Mets have collapsed on the final day of the season, but the second to last day of the season, the Saturday, has produced magic moments here in Flushing.
Well, you think about it, 2 seasons ago, John Mayne had his best game as a professional, as he had 14 strikeouts in that game. And of course, last year, on a bum knee, Johan Santana willed this Mets team to a victory with a shutout. Well, he was the last shutout before Mr. Pat Mish, who's going to pitch tonight, this afternoon's game, who was outstanding in his last start. Gave up 8 hits, walked 3, struck out 2, but threw strikes, and I think even more importantly, showed this Mets brass that maybe he's a guy you have to think about. He puts the ball in play, he pitches very quickly, and sometimes he gets heroic defense like he did from Jeff Francoeur. He will try to repeat that effort today. It'll be interesting to see if he can repeat with 2 shutouts in a row. And he'll be going up against today the Houston Astros, Yorman Buzzardo, who started his career in 2005 against the Mets, then had to wait 2 more seasons until he got in the big leagues. So Pat Mish against Yorman Buzzardo here this afternoon.
And Mish will go without both David Wright and Carlos Beltran on the lineup today, as he did last Sunday in Florida when he pitched his shutout against the Marlins. So who knows what might happen on the final Saturday this year. Might even get Keith with a patch in his tire. The little kids getting ready, the big boys on top. Every pitch on SNY. SNY is brought to you by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. By the New York State Smokers Quit Line.
by the Rums of Puerto Rico, inviting you to enjoy the finest rums of the world. By Victorinox Swiss Army, makers of the original Swiss Army knife. And by AT&T, your world delivered. You can join the Mets fan club for kids now. Members receive an ID card, club cap, sling bag, commemorative banner flag, and much more. Sign up today at Mets.com. Well, here's your Mets upcoming schedule. One skinny game left on the schedule. Remember, all Mets games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IOTV. And if you're in the car, listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN. There it is, just one precious game tomorrow. Nelson Figueroa against Wilton Lopez in the final game. Final games haven't gone so well for the Mets the last couple of years, but that next to last game, it's been a thing of beauty.
Unbelievable.
See if Pat Mish can keep up the tradition of Maine and Santana the last two final Saturdays. Mish's first pitch from Citi Field coming up momentarily. Classic Charles Schultz comic strip, Peanuts.
This Charlie looks a little happier than the normal Charlie I remember.
That's, you know, I was just about to make that point. Charlie Brown is supposed to be a, you know, an optimistic but ultimately tragic figure. He's looking a little peppy.
I had the great pleasure of meeting Charles Schultz years ago. What a wonderful man he was. Brilliant.
Keith, nice of you to join us, by the way.
Oh, nightmare. Thank you. Flat tire, folks.
LIE?
No, before. Thank goodness it wasn't on the LIE. Well, the lineup.
We'll catch up with you in a minute. Here's your Smirnoff starting lineup for the Houston Astros. Lance Berkman and Carlos Lee right in the middle of that lineup. Miguel Tejada, 3 hits shy of 200 for the 4th time in his career. Michael Boren's done a nice job leading off, and yet with all that, the Astros are 3rd from the bottom in the National League in runs scored.
Well, Pat Mish is going to get the ball today. 2-4 with a 4.71. His last start, of course, we talked about it in the opening. Brilliant shutout, 8-hitter with 3 walks and a couple strikeouts. It's been kind of a strange start for Mish this seaon. When he's good, he's real good. 23 innings, 3 earned runs. But when he struggles in 3 of those 6 starts, he's 17 earned runs in 12 1/3 innings pitched.
And with Alexis Metzi defense, you see Josh Choley behind the plate. We mentioned that. He gets the start. You see 1 error for 5 assists, 1 error for Francoeur. He plays a brilliant right field, and that's an important note, I guess, to say that Beltran gets the day off today. Doesn't play more than 2 games. Pagan is in center, and Corey Sullivan out in left. Tatis goes over to his natural position, third. How about that?
David Wright was never in the lineup today, but Carlos Beltran was a much later scratch, and the only explanation Jerry Manuel would give is that he's sitting Beltran day game after a night game, but it's always on the schedule as a day game, wasn't it?
Yes. Who knows?
Jackpot's getting bigger, Keith, by the way. You might want to invest.
What are the odds?
Hey, you never know.
Flat tire.
Someone's got to win, right?
Flat tire, probably not today.
So, what, did you get a nail in your tire?
I don't know. My tire shredded last night going home on the LID. Fortunately, I was able to get off on exit 59 and get to a gas station, and I changed the tire myself. It's those little mini tires.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't drive back and forth. So I went to Southampton Tire Center this morning.
You brought the
I thought I was in
a note from your doctor? Or?
I thought I was. This is proof. I thought I was in the emergency room at a hospital. I couldn't believe all the people that were waiting. There were like 8 people with flat tires. So I had to wait an hour and a half, about an hour and 15 minutes before it was done. And I was kind of going, hoping they'd recognize me. Maybe they can push me through the line. No. And finally, one person came out, of one of the workers back there, and said, Keith, what are you doing here? He said, oh, what a terrible year the Mets have had. Oh, I'm sick of it. I got to get to the ballpark. And so the lady that worked there, the old gal, she wasn't that old. She was very sweet. She comes out and says, oh, I know who you are now. Seinfeld. I went, oh, that's it. I punt.
So you got your tire.
Yeah, and I got here just literally 5 minutes ago.
Michael Bourne leading off for the Astros, and Mish immediately falls behind 2-0. One of the things Bourne has done a lot better this year is draw some more walks. His on-base percentage was well under 300 last year. But this year, 355, which makes him a much more effective leadoff hitter.
I remember last season he was benched because he wasn't getting on base enough, despite all his stolen bases. 61 this season.
3-1 now to Bourne. Bourne led off last night's game with a double against John Maine, but then tried to steal third with nobody out. Omir Santos threw him out, and the Astros scored just 1 run all night.
Well, the big leap for Bourne was his offense against left-hand pitching.
The left center field, Pagan over to get it. 1 away. Angels moving over to center field with Beltran scratched today. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Mish will take on Miguel Tejada. Now you haven't seen a roller coaster like the one that Pat Mish has been on his last 2 starts. To go from an inning and a third, 8 runs against the Braves, to a complete game shutout in his very next start against the Marlins. Something rarely done.
Yeah, you very rarely see that. Usually a guy gets on a roll. You don't see him pitch as poorly as Pat did in that previous start and then just toss that shutout.
Well, he had come off 2 bad starts, and I missed that game. That was a game you guys had in Florida, the Sunday game, I believe.
We missed you too.
Yeah, well, I missed a great, brilliant performance by Pat Mish.
The last time a Met pitcher pitched a shutout after pitching fewer than 2 innings in his previous start, 1991, Pete Shuren. Last time a Met pitcher gave up 8 runs or more in a start and then pitched a shutout his next game, Bobby Jones, 1994. So you can see it doesn't happen very often.
I see Tejada has 197 hits. He's 3 shy of 200. He'll be on point these last 2 games.
He always is on point, and despite what he's gone through with the steroids and all that kind of stuff, you just realize that, I don't know, you admire this guy as far as playing every day, playing hard.
Riding a 19-game hitting streak and make it 20, and now he's just 2 hits shy of 200 for the year. So Tejada has a 1-out base hit.
Well, very similar to last night's first at bat. He had a base hit. He started off a high fastball. Look at that top hand come across. And beautiful level swing. Excuse me, Ralph, on that high fastball.
should have heard them last night, Ronnie.
They
were
going at it. No, you weren't.
Ralph even brought pictures.
I will always defer to Mr. Kiner.
Here's Lance Berkman batting from his weaker side, the right side. He's always been a far better left-hand hitter than right. And Berkman goes the other way and dumps one into right field for a hit. Tejada will go first to third, and the Astros have first and third and nobody out. They first and third and one out with Carlos Lee coming up.
Fastball away, goes right with it. Kind of a choppy swing there.
Yeah, it's almost like he was late and it kind of flared it out there to right field.
And Tejada, excellent read, did not hesitate, realized that Francoeur had no shot. Why did he know that? Because he knew where he looked behind him and saw where Francoeur was positioned in the outfield.
So Mish in immediate jeopardy here in the first inning. Carlos Lee 1 for 4 last night. And he takes the changeup off the plate. Lee 26 home runs, 102 runs batted in. It's 5 straight years now that Lee has reached 100 RBIs. In fact, there are only 5 players who have driven in at least 100 runs each of the last 5 years. Bobby Abreu, who's completing a great year with Anaheim, he's got another interesting streak going. Miguel Cabrera, Albert Pujols, and Mark Teixeira. Abreu last night played in his 150th game. 12 straight years, 150 games. Only the 5th player in history to do that. Popped it up, shallow right. Long run for Castillo to get there. And he finds it for the second out. Coming halfway down the line is Tejada to challenge and then goes back.
Can we see that? That is just, here we are. We're 2 games from the season over. Both teams playing it out. And why does Castillo have to throw home with urgency? Well, he's watch what Tejada does. Forced to throw, you never know. And Louis almost fell asleep.
Well, it's like Ronnie said before, Tejada plays every day. He plays hard every day. He's about as good a teammate as you can come across.
That's impressive. Clouds. What's the forecast today?
You addressing me?
Yes.
Forecast is great.
Good.
Not supposed to rain till 7.
Beautiful.
Hunter Pence grounds one to Tatis, gets the force and gets Mish out of the opening inning. Nice recovery by Mish. 2 hits and 2 left. No rain.
I was so worried we were going to get rained out.
We'll be here all day.
Oh.
Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup for this afternoon. No David Wright, no Carlos Beltran, so Murphy and Frank Coors slide into the 3 and 4 spots. Corey Sullivan gets the start in left field. Fernando Tatis at third base. Josh Thole starts for the first time since he caught Mish's shutout in Florida. And Yorman Bizzardo makes his 6th start for Houston.
The big right-hander started his career with Florida. You see that ERA is only in a few games so far for Houston. Started with Florida in 2005. His first hitter, Mike Piazza, as he struggled through that first appearance and didn't pitch in the big leagues again for a couple of years.
Angel Pagan to lead things off. Angel had a couple of hits last night at .299 with 2 games to go in the season, as he has been flirting back and forth with that 300 mark.
What is this computer in front of me with all? I feel like I'm in a cockpit of an F-15.
I forgot you got here late.
Release speed, release height. I think perk, horizon, break. Is that where the potential target is?
Ronnie, would you like to explain?
They don't have to. Spin rate, I get that.
3-1 to Pagan. Well, we're testing out some new equipment that we might put into action next year.
Okay.
People who've listened to the broadcast all year, they said we need some more. We need some more bells and whistles.
Well, we'll take any support we can get. 3-2 to Pagan. With Castillo and Murphy to follow in the opening inning.
Does that mean we can talk less?
No, it probably means you need to talk more to explain what the heck you're talking about. 25-year-old Yorman Bizzardo, native of Venezuela. Rolled out to shortstop where Tejada with the overhand toss gets Pagan for the first out.
And your forward defense for the Houston Astros. Well, Hunter Pence can play right field. He's got 15 assists out there. You always want to put your best arm, folks, out in right field. Why? Because it's the longest throw, a runner going first to third on a base hit. Elementary, my dear Watson. You put your weakest arm in left because it's the shortest distance to third base.
You know, their outfielders, although they might have weaker arms, Lee's got 9 assists. Bourne's got 11 assists. 15, as you mentioned, Keith. That's a lot of assists for an outfield. It means a lot of base hits are coming your way.
Well, you can see where at Minute Maid Park you would get assists from left field because you can play so shallow there. And if they test you, you throw out guys trying to go second to home on a base hit.
Well, it's pretty funny. Like in Fenway Park, it's just the opposite. They play so shallow, but you never get an assist chance because no one ever goes from second to home on a base hit to left field.
Castillo hitting at .306 has fallen just out of the top 10 in batting in the league. 0 for his last 9. David Wright, by sitting out today, pretty much guarantees that he'll finish over 300 for the year. David's at .308. Castillo, if he gets a hit today or tomorrow, he will almost certainly guarantee that he'll hit 300. Kaz Matsui throws out Castillo, and quickly Bizzardo has the first 2 outs. Bizzardo grew up playing youth baseball with Miguel Cabrera down in Venezuela. And Daniel Murphy steps in. Bizzardo originally signed with the Marlins, even though the Cubs offered him about 4 times as much money, because he felt comfortable with the Marlins because Cabrera had already gone on to play in the Florida organization and was becoming a star. Here's Murphy with a 2-run pinch hit home run to seal the deal last night.
Bomb last night.
It was a bomb off the subway sign and the Pepsi porch.
Murphy's trying to get himself a little advertisement from the subway, isn't he?
I felt he should have been playing every day this last month of September. Even against lefties, too. I don't understand why he has been basically platoon. And he's part of the future. Here's a great opportunity for him to get lots of experience against left-handers, see them, get a feel for them. But we're just up here calling the game. That's all we're paid to do. We're not entitled to those decisions.
No,
we want them.
You're entitled to express your opinion.
Yes.
You don't hesitate to.
Well, interview.
No, that's our job, isn't it?
Yep.
2-2 to Murphy. Well, Murph now has 12 home runs. That's the most on the ball club. He also has 7 now at Citi Field, which is the most that anybody has ever hit at Citi Field. Ever. This one the other way, and that goes foul. If that's the most home runs that anybody hits here this year, that will matched the lowest total for the leader in the first season of any permanent major league ballpark in the last 55 years.
Really?
Jimmy Wynn hit the most home runs in the first year at the Astrodome. He hit 7.
God, do you remember how big the dome was before they had the?
Unbelievable.
You had to hit it over down the line. You had to hit it over the screen up into the second level.
They made that temporary fence in front. What, about 10 feet in front, maybe?
Didn't used to have that. It was 396 in the gaps, if you can believe that. Jimmy Wynn hit, what, 36 one year?
And the ball didn't carry there either because there was no following wind. And Murphy pulls one down the line off the jutting stands. Pence has to come in to grab it. Murphy heads for second and slides in safely with a double. 38th double of the year for Daniel Murphy. He continues to rack up the extra base hits. 54 of them now for Murphy this year.
For him, think of all the trouble he had June, July. He has really turned it around the last 2 months of the season. And that's a good sign. Really his first full year in the big leagues. Took on the National League by storm last year to the final 6 weeks. That's no barometer, but this is his first season. It's great to finish strong, and he is finishing with a flourish.
Now Jeff Francoeur, who can certainly say the same, hit a laser beam 2-run homer in the game last night. His 15th of the year and his 10th as a Met. Now hitting .313 since joining the Mets. And he bounces one to Tejada. Has the nice big hop, and the inning is over. So a Murphy double and 1 left. An inning complete at Citi Field with no score. Out of the Big Apple seats in center field today, the biggest Gary, Keith, and Ron event of the season. Some 800 folks on hand for a great charity baseball event, and they've been enjoying lots of eats and balloons and raffles and autographs. Mr. Met was by, player appearances.
They all have their T-shirts, which is great, and the one for you, Keith, is unbelievable. It says, "What would Keith do?" WWKD.
Don't take it too seriously. Okay? Don't take it too seriously. I'm not going to die for your sins.
Not this year, anyway. Kepinger pulls one foul. That's 0-2. Well, it's been a great year for Gary, Keith, and Ron, and we appreciate all of our supporters supporting all the charitable work that the organization does. And, you know, it's become a great community of fans who have come out for these events the last couple of years. And we urge you, if you're interested, to go to GaryKeithandRon.com and become part of our community.
And I must, you know, we must give kudos to your lovely wife, Lynn. Really, it's her baby, and it has grown so much, so impressive. A lot of hard work Lynn puts up.
There's throws out Keppinger for the first out. I can tell you that the last couple of weeks she has been in a full frenzy, especially when she heard it might rain today.
Can't imagine in your house with you and her worried about the weather.
Are you kidding me? I was calming her down. I said, hey, there's nothing you can do about it.
So you were happy to be on the road?
No, I've been home the last few days, trying to help her out by staying out of her way.
He goes home to Connecticut after the games. He doesn't stay in Queens.
Here's Kaz Matsui with one out. Kaz hitting at .253. Well, last year, the final Gary Keith and Ron event was that last Saturday out in the picnic pavilion in left field at Shea Stadium, the last ever Saturday game, the second to last game in the old ballpark, and the fans got to go out on the warning track to touch the field at Shea for the final time. And today, our 800 supporters were all out on the warning track again before the game today, enjoying the national anthem from on the field.
You can go to as many games as you want. Being a fan, to be able to go on the turf and feel the ground and the field is just always a pretty amazing thing. I know the first time I ever played a game in Fenway Park was a high school all-star game, and can I tell you, I was shaking when I went on the field.
See that black shirt on the left? That's the grips. That's the Ronnie grip shirt.
Oh, nice.
Cool. In comes Tatis to field the grounder and throws out Matsui for the second out. That's actually one of my favorite of all the shirts. Got all Ronnie's numbers on it.
Oh, cool.
12 and 15 and 44.
Was that Mr. D?
Mr. P, I think it is. Mr. P.
It better be Mr. P.
The nickname that Mr. Carter gave me. Nice play by Tatis.
And for you folks at home, Mr. P stands for perfect.
We know that. By the way, I know tomorrow's our last game, but Ronnie, we wanted to send you off with great cheer to your postseason assignment.
Oh, thanks.
Since Keith and I will both be on the couch watching it. He'll be on his couch and I'll be on mine.
You've got the Yankee Detroit?
Well, Detroit maybe. Minnesota.
That's right. How about the Rockies last night? That is getting dicey. They hung on to win that game.
They did, 4-3.
Every time I watch Jimenez pitch, I just want to follow him all the time. He's just getting so much better right in front of your own eyes.
Big game last night. 6 innings, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts for Ubaldo Jimenez.
Only 1 run, right? He takes him out in the 6th after the 6th. The relievers really come in and give up 3 runs. And make it a close game. I'll give up 2 runs, excuse me.
Well, I mean, the Dodgers and the Rockies are both going to the postseason, but the Rockies are only 1 game behind the Dodgers, not only for the division lead, but for the best record in the National League. J.R. Tolles takes just inside the low 2-2.
How about Adam Wainwright?
Oh, that was a big loss.
Left with a 6-1 lead. On pace to win his 20th game, and the bullpen gave up 10 runs.
10 runs, and there goes his 20. Oh, and the bullpen's got to feel miserable about that.
He's got to feel worse than CC Sabathia.
Oh, yeah,
because Sabathia just got lit up. He just no chance to win his 20.
The bullpen's got to feel awful. I think it was McClellan that had to give up the runs.
In fact, after the game, Wainwright went over to console McClellan. He said, "Look, we need you in the postseason. Don't be too down about this." That means a lot more.
And under his breath.
Under his breath.
You bomber.
You cost me my 20 all year long. I needed 1. J.R. Tolles hit his first 2 home runs of the year on Wednesday, both against Pedro Martinez.
How about that?
That's
It was the night that the Phillies clinched the National League East, although Pedro went only 4 innings in that game. They're now saying, by the way, the Phillies, that J.C. Romero may not be able to come back, which is going to have a big impact on their postseason pitching plans. It means they'll probably have to move J. Happ to the bullpen.
And people always talk about how perfect Lidge was. Well, I'll tell you, the bridge with Romero and Madsen getting the ball to Lidge last season was one of the big reasons they won the World Series.
Now, didn't Moyer leave a game recently?
He's done.
He's got to finish, right?
Torn groin. Center field deep, gone back, but it's over his head and hopping up against the wall, and it goes over the fence. So Tolles with a ground rule double as it slides into oblivion in Apple territory. Second double of the year for J.R. Tolles, and the 3rd hit off Pat Mish.
Well, fastball out over the plate, belt high. you get it over the head of Pagan, you've done pretty good.
And then it became skee ball. The ball went over the fence. Never to be seen again.
They are told with the Charlie O'Brien hit.
Yes, he does.
Is that a catching thing?
Maybe.
Now Yorman Bizzardo looking for his first major league hit. 0 for 8 this year, 0 for 9 in his career.
Oh, here's the IOTV pitch differential. Wanted it down and in and got it out over the middle of the plate.
That'll teach you.
The way Bizzardo looks like he knows what he's doing there in the batter's box.
He takes a big hack, a little bit of an overswing.
Yeah.
But he's got an idea.
Well, they're playing little league depth in the outfield against him. If he really does have much of a swing, he could run for days.
Look at that.
But he pops one up into shallow center. Turned out they haven't played just right. And there's Pagan to grab it and end the inning. A double and one left. Middle of the second at Citi Field. Mets and Astros, no score.
Bad guy.
Live out your Mets fantasy. Suit up with Mets legends and take to the field at the Mets Fantasy Camp this January in Port St. Lucie. Get to the phone at 718-565-4376 or visit Mets.com/fantasycamp today. Here's your Aflac trivia question for this afternoon. What's the only position at which the Mets have never had a Gold Glove winner?
Wow.
Well, you know, first base and pitcher are taken care of in this booth, so you can go from there. By the way, if I have to work this half inning alone, it's because our friends at Mamas of Corona have sent some wonderful food along to the booth, and my partners here are partaking.
I've got the turkey mozzarella. Oh, delightful.
Got a little gravy on
Would you
there?
put gravy on?
A little gravy.
Nice.
Thank you, mamas.
Good to get
Great
right.
people. Same. Keith and I are splitting a sandwich.
See, we're team players.
Wait a second. Keith is sharing food with you?
We're team players.
That's outstanding.
All I needed to have a sandwich to hold me. I couldn't get breakfast with my horrific morning I had. Starving.
Corey Sullivan, a late addition to the lineup when Carlos Beltran was scratched. Corey hitting at .248 on the year. Fernando Tatis and Josh Tolley to follow in the home second with no score. And Sullivan takes a rip. 3-2. Well, Mama's does fantastic work. Their food is outstanding.
Yes.
That mozzarella alone can carry you all day. Ball 4, and Sullivan is on with a leadoff walk. So Bizzardo issues his first walk. There's Mamas out of the what do they call that? The World's Fair.
Yeah.
The corner and right field at the field level.
They're just such nice people. Smile.
Tough work, working hard.
Yeah, they're working hard.
Not everybody has cushy jobs like us. Here's Fernando Tatis playing third base today. Fernando has finished the season very, very hot. Up to 280 on the year. That's the highest his batting average has been all season. And Tatis lifts one to right for Hunter Pence to handle. Sullivan going back to tag at first, but going nowhere. So Tatis flies out on the first pitch. One out and one on. And that'll bring up Josh Thole, the rookie catcher, who after getting off to a hot start has really struggled with the bat the last few weeks. Just 1 for his last 22. Josh is going to play winter ball in Venezuela. He's leaving on Wednesday. Wow. So not a whole lot of downtime for Josh Thole. He's going to go play for the Leones de Caracas. I think Lance Broadway is going to pitch for the same team this winter. It's going to be a wonderful experience, not only in terms of, you know, developing yourself as a baseball player, but just culturally to go down and play winter ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I always wanted to play winter ball. The Mets would never allow me to, because I would always have too many innings in the minor leagues. But it was also in our day, Keith will tell you, it was a great way to augment your income. And you had a chance as a young person to make some, real cash.
I played for Ponce back in '74, I believe, and I lasted 5 weeks. Luis Arroyo, the Yankee reliever of the '60s, was the general manager. Tim Boyer was our manager. We were a terrible team. I stunk it up. I got sent back home.
Is that right?
Oh, I just stunk. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to go. Bing Devine, the general manager, said you either go or you won't come to spring training next year. I have a chance to make the ball club. So I guess I had to go, right? I did not want to go, and it showed in my play. I just stunk.
Did you like being near the beach?
We were not near the beach. Ponce is on the south side of Puerto Rico. This was 1974. It is all, the nearest beach was like, I think, 20 minutes in each direction, east and west. It was all rocks. It's where the oil tankers came in, and it's the power of the island. All the oil was put in there.
They didn't have the clearest waters, you're saying.
And Ponce was a lovely place.
Isn't Ponce where Frank Robinson cut his teeth as manager before he got his shot
I'm not
in the big
sure.
leagues?
I'm not sure.
He might have won a championship with Ponce before the Indians took a shot out. Right through Bizzardo, who goes back to grab it and has time to throw out Thole. As Sullivan moves up to second. Nice recovery by Bizzardo for the second out.
Well, this was a base hit.
You got a nice fielding position to be able to knock that down. Look at Tejada yelling at him, throw to first, throw to first.
Plus, he had nice recovery.
First time I ever heard of Ponce, I was a young guy aspiring to play basketball, and Holy Cross had a player that came in from Ponce, Puerto Rico, Michael Descent. I'll never forget. He was just a fantastic player, because in those days, everyone was a little robotic as far as playing basketball was concerned. He came in, he was very good jumper, great jump shot. He was great to watch.
Basketball player I always remember from Puerto Rico was Butch Lee.
There you
He
go.
was so good on the Marquette teams with Al McGuire.
He was 6 feet tall. He could get down on the post. They would throw him the ball, and he could score it well.
What was the year that the Red Sox and the Reds played with fifth home run? That was 75. That's the year I was down there. Because I remember watching that World Series down there.
Hernandez hits one well to left field, chasing Lee back, and it's off his glove and rolling off to the wall. Sullivan in to score. Anderson Hernandez going to the opposite field and beating Carlos Lee with a double to give the Mets a 1-0 lead.
Well, we talked about, and Ronnie was the first, you were the first to spot it there, Gare, how shallow the outfield was playing for the Stros. And the one guy in that outfield who probably should play a little bit deeper is is Carlos Lee right here. Doesn't move well, and that just gets out of his reach there. Really a fly ball, but Mets will take it. Oh well, only a game.
So the Mets have a run in. Now Pat Mish, who's 0 for 11 on the season. Well, one thing we've seen with Anderson Hernandez, he's definitely stronger than he was the last time around.
He's filled out.
We've seen him hit a couple of home runs to rather distant spots. And that time hitting the ball the other way solidly. The difficulty that Anderson Hernandez is going to have next year as the Mets try and figure out who their backup infielder is going to be is that he's not the strongest defensive shortstop. And with 5-man benches in the National League, you've got to have a guy who can play every infield position.
Got to be kidding me. I'm sorry to interrupt your wonderful thought of yours right there. They ring up hitters automatic. You got a pitcher up there. 2 games left in the season, a meaningless game, and they say no swing on Mish. Unbelievable. When I felt he swung. What is going on here?
You know, how is this exposed, though, Gary, when you're talking about having a shortstop? He never was revealed before because Reyes played 155 games a year, so you didn't need that guy.
Breaking ball right at the feet of Mish. Well, with all the guys that we've seen this year fill in at shortstop, Alex Cora and Wilson Valdez and Anderson Hernandez, clearly the most pure shortstop among them is Valdez.
By far. He's looked very sharp out there.
But then you look at Hernandez and Cora, and they bring different things to the table. And there's no guarantee that any of them is going to be that guy next year. But as you start to compare them, you have to decide what's the most important to you.
And age becomes something you've got to consider also. The thing I like about Alex Cora, though, is how much he brings to your club as far as leadership.
Hernandez runs and Mish hits it sharply, and it's booted by Tejada, and that'll bring in a run. A routine ground ball, and Miguel Tejada did not handle it cleanly. Hernandez scores to make it 2-0 New York on the error by Tejada.
Well, I think Tejada was just on his heels, lazy out there, and that's what happens in a day game and 2 games left in the season. No bad hop. He didn't even move, did not get in front of it. Fielded it off to the side. And that's just being caught on your heels.
For Miguel Tejada, his 20th error of the season. So 2 runs are in. Now Angel Pagan with Mish at first and 2 down. Pagan grounded to short his first time up and takes the changeup down for ball 1. Did we interrupt you?
Sorry.
Pagan drives one to left, lead back, and he can't get this one either. It's over his head. Mish racing for third. He's going to be held up by Razor Shines. It's a double for Angel Pagan. Yep. Carlos Lee having himself a rough inning out in left field.
Well, ball's finding him. Getting in shape. Sinker right there. Beautiful hitting by Pagan, by the way. Well, this is when you have a 4 out in left field and spread them out, you usually get hurt like this.
Well, with Pat Mish running, not able to score. But the thing about it, for Lee, we're talking about 81 times a year he plays in the ballpark where that ball would be off the wall coming back to him. Never has to run that kind of distance.
It's an excellent point. And that's why, you know, we've talked so much about this ballpark and what it necessitates defensively and what the Mets will be looking for in left field going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's some free agents out there you hear about all the time, but if you're going to bring a guy in, whether it's a Willingham or a Holiday or et cetera, you are going to give away a lot because they're not going to be able to cover left field, especially with the Mets now trying to employ that different kind of outfield alignment to take away extra base hits. You're going to be in trouble.
Two in scoring position with 2 out for Castillo, who grounded out to Matsui his first trip and takes below the knees for ball 1.
Now, if you get a guy who hit 35 home runs driving a $110,
well,
then you can overlook some of that.
That negates some of those runs you might give up because of defense.
Preferably 125.
There you go.
A lot of those guys out there. 1-1 to Castillo.
I happen to like Carlos here. I think he's one of the best hitters in the game.
He's a good hitter.
He doesn't strike out. He hits with power.
Plays every day.
Yes.
He's only missed 2 games this season.
And he's a hustler.
Slap to short. Tejada handles this one cleanly. The overhand throw scooped out by Berkman to end the inning. Beautifully done by Lance Berkman, picking that ball out of the dirt. But the Mets get a couple of runs and lead 2-0 after 2.
Oh, baby. All right, we're going to take a look at Berkman's fundies here. The backhand pick in between hop. Watch how he goes towards the ball, bottom up, work from the ground up. And also, close your eyes.
You can? You can?
Now, is it essential to close your eyes, or is that optional? Well, you know, we see catchers do that all the time.
Of course. You close your eyes after you've already made your decision in your brain where you think it's going to be.
Well, it was a fine play by Berkman. It saved at least 1 and maybe 2 runs if that ball gets away.
That's a nice pick. Very nice, Lance.
Top of the batting order for the Astros in the 3rd. Well, Pat Mish now has 11 straight scoreless innings under his belt as Michael Bourne leads off.
As I was saying, the last at bat when he lit off the game, he has really improved from against left-handers. Bourne hitting .288 against lefties this year, which is a big leap for him.
Mish works him up and in, 2-0. Bourne lined out to center field his first time up. Remember, he came over from the Phillies in the Brad Lidge deal. Bourne was merely an extra outfielder in Philadelphia, got a chance to play every day in Houston.
And that lets you know the philosophy.
Driven to deep center field. Pagan on his horse. He's not going to get there as it short hops the wall. Bourne can fly. He heads for 3rd. Relay by Hernandez, not nearly in time, and Michael Bourne has his 12th triple of the year. Boy, can he run.
He crushed this ball and off a left-hander. Fastball, I bet. Down and in. Well, he went down and crushed that ball. Second ball over Pagan's head. That's no easy chore. Watch him run. Watch the big stride here around second. He lost a little bit of his stride there, but instantly put the afterburners on.
remember now, the Philadelphia Phillies, they had a choice whether it was going to be Victorino or Bourne who's going to be put in that deal, and I think they made a good decision, although Bourne seems to be coming around now.
They also had the other guy out there before they got rid of him, right? The guy they got from the White Sox?
Aaron Rowan.
Aaron Rowan. So they had 3, and so I think the choice was which one they were going to keep.
Tejada out to Pagan. Bourne tags up. He'll walk on in. Sacrifice fly for Tejada. It cuts the Med lead to 2-1, and Pat Mish, after 11 straight scoreless innings, finally gives up a run. Well, the 12 triples for Bourne now leave him 1 shy of Shane Victorino for the National League lead. So the Astros get a run back. And now Lance Berkman, who saved the run, will step in. Berkman had an opposite field single his first time up. There have been points in his career where Berkman has considered giving up right-hand hitting, but he's never actually done so, as Castillo throws out Berkman for the second out.
Well, he came into today's game, hitting .222 against lefties?
Well, he got off to such a bad start this season that there was a lot of talk that he was done maybe in Houston, but he really has come back, and his numbers are pretty solid. I mean, he's usually a 300 hitter.
Yeah, but you would think of him as a 40 homer, 130 RBI guy, and he's got 25 and 80 this year.
Especially in that ballpark, bandbox.
Carlos Lee takes outside ball 1. And, you know, home run and RBI numbers are coming down generally across baseball.
Thank goodness. And the RBI is with it. RBI with it.
Lined into center field, a base hit for Lee. So a 2-out single. I mean, you've got a few guys like the Ryan Howards and the Prince Fielders who are putting up the 40-plus, 130 RBI plus years.
Well, they're the legitimate guys.
Exactly.
That's how it used to be, is that you'd have 2-3 guys, as Lee does a nice job and then sinker away.
Now you're seeing guys with, you know, close to 30 home runs and 80 RBI. That means they're not having a clutch year.
It's interesting. You look at the National League RBI numbers. You got 3 guys, Howard, Fielder, and Pujols, who are between 135 and 140 RBIs, and then nobody has more than 111. Bounce down to third. Tatis backs off, gets the force at second. Side retired. Astros get a run, 2-1 New York. Let's take a look at the view from the Pepsi porch with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Guys, a nice little zephyr blowing through today. A perfect day to be up here at the Pepsi porch. And, you know, you talked about at the onset of the broadcast about David Wright not in the lineup today. Jerry Manuel talking about getting him to have a positive feeling. And I will say this, talking to David Wright, he uttered a phrase that I haven't heard him say in a while. He said, "I feel good in the box." A simple little phrase that he hasn't said in a long time. No, he said he did feel physically fine, and he would like to be in the lineup, but he said he totally understands and respects that Jerry is trying to get him to feel good about himself to end the season. He said, you know, Jerry has been great. He checks with me every day. We talk every day, and I really appreciate how hands-on he is. Keith, I guess the question to you is, as a hitter, would you rather have the day off feeling good like that, or would you like to play after a performance like David had last night?
I think at this point in the season, and this is an extraordinary year. I mean, it's just for David, for the whole Met team. I don't think it matters one way or the other. I think this is a good year, Kev, to get it over with. Go do some R&R, get away from it, clear your head, and get ready to go. Probably with me, it would be probably around the middle of December, start getting back ready.
Well, let me ask you one follow-up to that, because I asked Jerry, and he said David will play tomorrow. And if that's the case, as Matsui gets a chance here, if that is the case, if David plays tomorrow and, I don't know, has a bad game, a couple strikeouts, does that good feeling in the box go away? Does that one game make a difference?
I don't think so, Kev. Certainly, it's not essential that you finish 3 for 4, 4 for 4 the last game of the season, or 0 for 4. I mean, it's obviously you don't want an 0 for, but you know, when the season's over, they will forget all about this, and just like I said, this is one just to go to the Caribbean, lay out on the beach and get in the Hobie Cat and do a little fishing and play a little golf, whatever you want to do.
So you're saying the way you feel at the plate at the end of the year doesn't necessarily have any impact on what happens next year? Absolutely not. Every year is different. Every spring training is different. Sometimes you start out, have a great April, sometimes you don't. For David, I think it would be important for David to get off hot next year. Right. Court takes one the other way. Pence with a dive, able to come up with it for the second out. Pence can play out there. He covered a lot of ground that time. He doesn't look pretty. He's a awkward runner, has an awkward swing. Everything about his game is awkward, but he gets it done. He's a fine player. And another hustler. It's like my pet word today. Yes.
Well, I was thinking to add on to what you said, Keith. I think what you do is that after the season, and when you go and rest up, is that you're able to take an account of what happened during the season. That's when you start to think of, you know, what could I have done a little better here, or boy, I did this really well. I want to continue that next year. Those kind of things you take account of. Bizarro deflects one out to Matsui, who throws out Corey Sullivan, and Bizarro has his first 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. After 3, 2-1 New York. A little drizzle falling here at Citi Field. Very unreliable.
I take no credit or blame. As Keppinger lines out to Fernando Tatis on the first pitch of the 4th inning. It's only a very light sprinkle. Hardly counts.
It's a light sprinkle because we got this nice overhang. We're not going to get any weather.
We're not getting wet.
We're not getting wet. But no way.
Folks brought their ponchos, brought their umbrellas.
Well, I did a very naughty thing today.
Just today?
Just today. because it was rain the forecast, I parked in the players' lot because I didn't want to walk the 300 yards out, and I have no umbrella. I forgot to bring an umbrella. So I said, you know what? I'm in a right-hand turn in the players' lot.
Is that going to be okay?
Well, we'll find out. See if I get fined.
Or towed. And we might find your car across the street somewhere.
Do you know that $312 tire is now going to be made of concrete? 4 pieces of concrete.
Matsui grounded out to Tatis his first time up. And the breaking ball in there for a call, strike 3. Oh, there's Keith's car somewhere behind those bricks. Oh, gosh. Hi, nice to see you, too. The Mish has his first strikeout. You see the AT&T high-speed pitch. Don't have to throw a 90 to strike people out. He's thrown 89, Bizzardo 92. Mets with a 2-1 lead as we play in the 4th. J.R. Tolles hit one over Pagan's head for a double in the 2nd inning. And takes a strike as Mish again comes to the inside corner.
It's a nice matchup in Los Angeles tonight. Clayton Kershaw and Jorge De La Rosa.
If the Rockies are able to win those last 2 games and win the West, they will be the first team ever to finish first after at one point trailing by more than 15 games in the standing. Back in early June, they were 15.5 games behind.
So someone can be manager of the year, you think?
Well, I think Jim Tracy has every chance.
Yes. I would think so. I mean, being a San Franciscan, I would love to see Colorado overtake the Dodgers.
Ooh, got a little anti-Dodger animosity
I'm not
there?
saying San Francisco. You don't root for the Dodgers.
Really?
Oh, no.
So when Joe Morgan hit the home run that knocked the Dodgers out of the playoffs that year.
It's very nice. This guy was gleeful.
I don't think I've ever heard this about you before.
I saw the Dodgers, the Giants, be a bridesmaid a whole life growing up to the Dodgers. Mays, McCovey, they just could never overtake the Dodgers.
So 88 must have hurt even more.
Yes, it really did. Of all teams, I'd rather have been beaten by anybody else. The Giants, Cardinals, as opposed to the Dodgers.
Here are the standings. Both teams, of course, are going to the postseason as Tolles rolls one out to shortstop for Hernandez. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Pat Mish. Middle of the 4th at Citi Field with the Mets up 2-1. in a part of Queens where if somebody has an automotive difficulty, we can kind of massage it for him. Now, Keith had to drive on that bicycle tire for a while, so we decided to go out and get him, a real tire that he can put on his car and make it home.
Are you kidding? Looks like my spare.
That's funny.
It's a field mouse tire. It's a little field mouse tire.
See, I bet you this one costs a lot less than $312. Right here, right here in the neighborhood.
Yes.
It's got a nice life capacity, though, of 25 pounds. So you can always use that. No white walls there, Keith.
No expense spared, by the way. It's going right on that SNY expense report. 1-1 to Fernando Tatis, leading off the last of the fourth.
You guys are very funny.
Never say we never gave you anything.
I thank you. It's very much appreciated.
We can even get you a stick to roll the tire out to your car.
Listen,
I think with this tire, we should just get a rope and hang it here in the booth.
Oh,
There
like
you
for
go.
target practice.
There you go.
oh, that's the old Ted Williams.
That's
Hang
right.
the tire from the tree and hit the tire.
We
Right.
can hang it from the overhang in front of us and throw footballs
There we
at it.
go.
I think you're getting entirely carried away.
Tejada handles the hop and throws out Tatis for the first out. Pizzardo's been getting more than his share of ground balls early in this game.
So, Gary, if you ever got a flat tire in the road, would you know how to change your tire?
Yes.
You've got to
Many
know.
a tire in my time.
You've got to know how to do that. I hadn't done it in so long. I got the jack out last night. I had it upside down. I was wondering why it wasn't working. I go, this is not, something's wrong here. When a light bulb went off in my head, oh, maybe they got it upside down. And voila, there it was. It worked.
There's Josh Tolle, who grounded one back to Pizzardo his first time up, and it starts to rain a little bit harder, forcing a few more fans toward cover.
Oh, yes, you're right. I see it.
Not yet an official game.
I was walking in Los Angeles once and came upon these guys, four about, I don't know, maybe 30-year-old guys, standing outside their car. All four of them are on their cell phone. So one of the guys recognized me. He's from New York. I go, what's wrong? What's going on? He said, we got a flat tire. I said, well, what are you doing? He goes, well, we're trying to get AAA or someone to come here and fix it. I said, how old are you? He goes, 30 years old. I said, open the trunk. I'm going to teach you how to.
No, you didn't.
I did, and I taught those guys how to change the tires. I said, roll up your sleeves. Let's go. I'm ashamed of you.
What is wrong with you?
Well, the first thing
Very good Samaritan.
It's the first things I did when my son got his license. I made
That's
sure
right.
he knew how to change the tire. Yeah. I also gave him a AAA card.
You know what? It's interesting in those the car that I have. It has you have that little small spare to get you where you can go. You can only go 50 miles an hour max, but it doesn't have air. It has a little box cartridge.
Tolle hits it well to right, chasing Pence back onto the track, and he can't get it. It's off the wall as Pence didn't track that ball well at all, and Tolle heads for third. He's got his first major league triple. Now Josh had been struggling at the plate, one for his last 23, and he hits one where Hunter Pence can't find it.
Well, once again, this is the third time the Astros outfield has been burned by playing as shallow as they are. And Tolle, he gets the barrel out there. He's got a little pop. And this is into that deep part of the right field there where it kind of angles in.
He was nowhere near that.
No, he was.
Well, he knew the ball had beat him, so he was trying to run to a point and hoped that the ball would come down at that point, and he was just off about 10 feet.
Well, that triple for Tolle is the Mets' 48th triple of the year, which is a new club record for triples by the Mets in a season.
And I got to believe that record won't last long. I bet you it's broken next year.
Well, if Reyes is healthy.
Yes.
Infield comes in for Anderson Hernandez, who drove in the first Met run with an opposite field double in the second inning.
Also, Beltran in a full season. Carlos is going to get mucho triples out there.
And Pagan, if he's here, if he plays a full season, if he's playing left field, heck, he's got 10 triples in half a season.
This is a line drive hitter's haven. The only problem with these big parks is there's no margin for error. You can't get under the ball. It's a big F7, 8, or 9 on your scorecard. You've really got to focus on the top half of the ball.
How do you focus on the top?
Well, you know why I always say that? Because that's how I was ingrained in me by my father. kid growing up when I started swinging the bat. My dad sawed off a Little League bat when I was like 6 years old and was throwing tennis balls at us and was starting to get the basics of my swing. That was always in the jargon and being taught to us. And it makes perfect sense to me.
Hernandez just barely stays in there, but when you swung the bat, did you actually look for the top half of the ball?
Well,
or is that
you're
more,
loose? It's more on a high pitch to keep you from swinging up. If you're going to hit the top half of the ball, you can't swing up on a high pitch. Got to swing level, Ralph. Of course, elementary.
Bizzardo ahead 0-2, and Hernandez pulls one. Beautiful knockdown by Berkman. Matsui throwing home, and Tolley is tagged out. Tolles did a great job blocking the plate. Matsui with the pickup after Berkman knocked it down, and the Astros pull a gem to get Tolley at the plate for the second out.
Well, I'll say, and Matsui initially was going to get the out at first and realized that he had no play for Hernandez. Nice knockdown by Berkman, but excellent recovery, presence of mind by Matsui here. Watch. He figures the guy's going to break on contact. That's just a nice recovery all the way around. You're right, Gare. Excellent block, and it wasn't contact with the infield in. So nice play by the Astros all the way around.
It's a 3-4-2 put out at the plate for the second out.
Sometimes you're rewarded for not playing fundamental baseball. The pitcher, Bizzardo, was never going to get the first. That's why he did not have the play. And Tolley, when he saw it get away from Berkman, tried to sneak a run, just didn't have enough speed.
I love the way Tolles made sure there was no plate for Tolley to get to.
That's almost a play where you got to knock the catch out into the next county.
Nobody knows that better than a catcher.
Knock him into Suffolk County.
Mish takes a strike, 2-1.
Well, here he is, and watch him get out in front. Well, you could really have leveled him right there if he'd come in.
What dictates for the runner to run over the catcher? It's that once the catcher does not allow you any of the plate to slide, when he sticks his foot in front of the plate, he is telling you that I am taking the plate away from you. Once you get that answer, that's when you have to level him.
Yep. The Mets traded Ty Wigginton to the Pirates in 2004. Since Ty Wigginton was traded, no Met has run over a catcher.
Ty loved it.
That's 5 years ago. Low ball 4, and Mish is on with a walk. So after being handed a gift, Bizzardo hands it right back by walking the pitcher. His second walk of the day. One of the hardest collisions I've ever seen involved the Astros' Darren Erstad. Remember who was the catcher he ran over? He just absolutely leveled him. Johnny Estrada, I think it was.
You remember when Jack Clark leveled Mike Scioscia? Back when the year when they were when the Cardinals won. The year they beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, I believe.
The most violent I ever saw was Bo Jackson over Rick Dempsey.
Of course, the one everybody remembers is Ray Fosse getting leveled by Pete Rose in the All-Star game.
Right. Well, Scioscia was one of the best at blocking the plate and loved to block the plate. The big, strong guy. Jack Clark came in with a forearm shiver and knocked him out.
He still came back, though, and still blocked that plate.
Actually, my favorite home plate collision was when Dave Parker tried to run over John Stearns. Now, Parker's probably the strongest man in the game
at the time, yeah.
But bad dude flipped him, and Parker went flying all the way to the backstop, or so it seemed.
Dude, he knew how to tackle.
He liked contact.
He did.
Yes, he liked contact. University of Colorado Buffalo. Speaking of football, how about Cal Berkeley and USC today at Cal? That's a big one.
Coming off that
both
feasting
teams
at the hands of Oregon last week.
Both teams coming off losses.
Yeah, but there's losses, and there was 42-3.
Right. prefer to move on. That's going to be a big one, though, at Cal. Cal can give SC all they can handle. But we'll see what happens there. One team's going to have their season rocked with the loss.
1-2 to Pagan. And it's up and away, 2-2.
Can you imagine if SC starts out 1-2?
Well, they knew that they were going to have a challenging season because they're going to start a freshman quarterback.
True freshman.
And then, of course, they had a tragic thing happen this week with their running back, of course, dropping the weight on his neck, while crushing his larynx.
Lucky to be alive.
Well, even if SC starts out poorly, I think Pete Carroll's got enough equity that he doesn't have to worry about his job.
Oh, he's fine. He's doing fine. His experience out there is a lot better than it was here in Flushing.
Yes. He is enthusiastic. He's perfect for college. I mean, tell you, SC was down for years. He was a godsend for SC alumni, and he's a great recruiter. Yeah.
Two and two to Pagan. And Angel hits one toward the left field line. Lee racing, reaching down on the backhand, and he made the catch.
No, he didn't.
That is a great play. No,
now
they're saying he didn't catch it, and Mish races home. Anderson Hernandez and Mish both race home. Lee says he caught it, and we're going to get a heck of an argument here. Dave Clark will come out from the Houston dugout. He couldn't have possibly seen it. The third base umpire, Fielding Colbreth, made the call. He's going to ask for help.
Oh, why do umpires ask for help? Who has the best angle?
No,
that is his call. It's just unbelievable.
Well, Lee certainly appeared to catch it from the view that we had, and he was holding the ball up, feeling that he did. Colbreth said he didn't, and now he'll find out whether any of the other umpires had a better angle. The crew chief is Gary Cedarstrom, who is on your left, the taller man.
Well, let's take a peek. That's a catch. That's a catch.
Beautiful catch.
Oh, that's a catch. How can you miss it? Right in front of you. Look at him. Come on.
I don't know how you can possibly say he didn't catch it, and they will overrule him, and now Jerry Manuel will come out to argue. But they got the call right in the end. Clearly, Lee caught the ball. Jerry wants to know how you can possibly overrule it. But the umpires got the call right. Pagan is retired on a great play by Carlos Lee. And that ends the inning and takes 2 runs off the board. 2-1 to luck. Here's your 5th inning recap. The Mets got a couple of runs in the 2nd inning. Anderson Hernandez with an RBI double. Pat Mish finally gave up a run in the 3rd inning after holding the opposition scoreless for 11 straight. Mets had 2 runs taken off the board on a call reversal just a moment ago, but a proper one as Carlos Lee robbed Angel Pagan of an extra base hit. And after being burned a couple of times in left field earlier today, Lee certainly made up for it on that play.
That was a beautiful play because, you know, it's so difficult here down the lines because if you sell out, you're at risk of a serious injury. Nice play, Carlos.
Well, you don't see that very often, but we've seen it a couple of times now this year, haven't we, on trap or no trap plays where the umpires have gotten together?
Front court play in right field. That cost him his thumb injury.
Yeah. Luzardo bounces it down to Tatis, and running hard, he's thrown out. 1 away. So Mish continues to excel. He's retired the leadoff hitter in 4 of the 5 innings.
Got in trouble in the first inning and got out of that with no runs, and been outstanding.
He certainly has been in a whole lot less trouble than he was in the first 5 innings of his start in Florida. If you'll remember, in the game in Florida, if you look at his pitch count, great ball to strike ratio. In the game in Florida, he had 11 base runners in the first 5 innings, but was able to hold the Marlins off the board and then retired the last 13 in a row.
I think in a sense, you get a feeling here at Citi Field that Pat Mish shows everyone else as a pitcher, a starting pitcher especially, with this big ballpark, if you kind of bend and don't break, throw strikes, don't walk anyone, and have people put the ball in play, that you could be successful, especially here, because you're not going to get hurt with the long ball too often.
What's your feeling, Ron? I know people got to make decisions on at some point. Okay, is he a starter? Is he a reliever? And I don't know how they base those judgments on, but it seems to me I like Mish better as a starter.
I do, because his breaking ball to me is not good enough to get left-handers out in a crucial situation all the time.
Line caught by Tatis. Great reaction by Tatis, going right to the top of his leap to rob Michael Bourne for the second out.
Looks like he got it in the wrong part of the glove, and it's probably stung his hand. This is a bullet. Nice play.
And playing in, of course, against the speed of Bourne, that ball gets to you awfully quickly.
And the reason I was saying about Mish, some of the best at bats have been by Michael Bourne in this game, who's a left-hander. So in the bullpen, his breaking ball to me is not the kind of guy you can bring in and you can automatically get a left-hander out, or they'll hit 200 off him. But he seems to get stronger as he goes, doesn't throw as many pitches, and uses that sinker more as a left-handed pitcher as a starter.
And one thing we've learned with Mish on the mound, third baseman's going to get a lot of work.
That's right. Just very much like Jamie Moyer and Pedro Feliz in Philadelphia.
Tatis has already handled 6 chances in this game, getting a chance to play his natural position. And every time Tatis plays third base, you understand why that's his position. He looks much more comfortable there than he does anywhere else. He's done a competent job, first base, outfield, even second base. Tejada has singled and driven in a run with a sacrifice fly. 2-1 to Tejada, who, with his base hit in the first inning, fashioned a 20-game hitting streak.
Two hits shy of the 200 plateau for the season. 198 hits right now. I'm sure he would love to get 200 lineas before the year's out.
He's done that 3 times in his career. Lineas?
Line drives.
Line drives.
Ah.
Well, it's all coming back to me.
I was thinking hits.
It's all coming.
Do you know how to say hits?
No.
Espanol?
No, they're never hits. They're lineas.
Well, he may have another one, but Castillo with a beautiful sliding grab, and he gets him to end the inning. That's some fine defense behind Pat Mish by Tatis and now by Castillo. Until Mish retires 7 in a row, it's now an official game. 2-1 New York.
Halfway through.
Luis Castillo made that fine play to end the top of the inning. Starts off the bottom of the 5th and takes ball 1 from Yorman Bizzardo. Castillo's been up twice, grounded out both times, 0 for his last 11 as he tries to keep that average over 300 for the year. It'll be Castillo, then Murphy and Francoeur for the Mets in the bottom of the 5th. And ball 3. Bizzardo walked the leadoff hitter in the 2nd inning when he passed Corey Sullivan. That came back to hurt him as the Mets got both their runs in that 2nd inning.
He's been walking a tightrope this whole game. Only one inning where he's had a 1-2-3 inning.
And ball 4 to Castillo. 3rd walk given up by Bizzardo. And so the Mets get the leadoff man on. Dewey Robinson, the Houston pitching coach, on the phone. I think somewhere back there in the recesses of the Houston bullpen, there's some people moving around.
And would you hit and run here with young Daniel?
This guy doesn't throw enough strikes, Keith.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Got a nice hole for Murphy to pop one through.
Murphy has doubled and grounded out 1 for 2.
And that hole, of course, would be between Lance Berkman and Kaz Matsui on the right side of the infield. That's a nice little ground ball, 1st and 3rd.
Murphy takes a fastball for a strike. Bizzardo coming off a gem of a game in which he worked 5 2/3 against the Phillies on Monday and allowed only 2 hits. Won that game 8-2. Postponed the Phillies clinching for a couple of days. Late swing foul, and it's 0-2.
Murph's mad at himself. He chased a bad one. He knows it. Well, I'm sure Ted Williams swung on a few bad pitches in his career. Murph's such a perfectionist. He's really going to have to learn the course of a season. Just keep him at a minimum, but don't be so hard on yourself. Even Ronnie swung at bad pitches.
Made an art form of it.
To Murphy, up and away.
Is there a purpose to that pitch, Ronnie?
No, there wasn't. The catcher wanted the ball in, but he has a very difficult time throwing in because he has that good late movement down in the strike zone. He's a sinker ball pitcher, and it's evidenced by the ground balls he's given up.
Lifted to left. Lee over near the stands and runs out of room. That spot was good to him last inning.
Old Shea Stadium, that ball's in play, Gare.
Well, it's like we were talking about last night. You know, the proposal with the times where they talked about moving the plate out 10 feet. If you do that, it creates that much more foul territory.
That's exactly right.
Well, Lee is going to call his agent after this game and inform him that his no trade clause is now including Citi Field because there's much too much running at this ballpark for him.
Murphy drives one to center. Bourne going back, and he gets there to make the grab. Castillo back to first, 1 away.
Just a little bit towards the end of the bat for Murph.
Mr. Bourne made that look pretty easy, though, didn't he?
Well, this ball was down the middle. A little bit low towards the end of the bat. That's the difference. Good cut by Murph. He's looking awful good at the plate.
So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Francoeur, who was robbed of a base hit on a nice play by Hunter Pence in right field his last time up. 1-0 to Jeff. Castillo runs. Frank Court drives one to right, but right at Pence. And Castillo hustles back to first base. 2 out. Is that a hit and run play?
Yes, I believe so.
Jerry's been calling a lot more hit and runs these last couple of weeks than he did in prior weeks. How do you figure?
I don't. I always felt there should have been a lot more hit and running going on because of the lack of power.
Is part of it, do you think, trying to find out now who can operate in the hit and run for next year?
I think you know that Louis can. Let's see if he looks back. He's looking back. That's a hit and run. There's no question.
Well, if you looked at the Met lineup, Jeff Francoeur would be the one guy that would be the guy you wouldn't hit and run a lot with. He's a lot of swing and misses.
But you could.
You definitely could, but that would not be his strength. I would want him swinging the bat. But he's so aggressive anyways.
So I guess the question is Jerry trying to see, well, let's see whether he's capable of doing this in case this situation comes up next year.
There you go. Experimentation, maybe, you know. Put it in the recesses of your mind. If that Frenchie on a hit and run hit a bullet to right field, that's a good thing.
He certainly has been doing a good job of using right field. Maybe more than we saw when he was with the Braves.
Absolutely. He has gone the other way much more than normal, and that's the reason why he's been successful.
He felt, I think, in Atlanta that he had put up numbers that he knew everyone in that ballpark knew about. 20 plus, 25 30 home runs, didn't he, the 1 year. But, the key is that I think he tried to live up to that in every at-bat. Where here, even though you're in the biggest city in the world, he said very early on that I'm going to try to be a line drive hitter in this ballpark. Even my home runs when I hit in Atlanta were line drives, not the towering variety.
And look at the results. You don't have to hit 30 plus home runs to drive in 100 runs. You can do it hitting doubles, particularly in this ballpark.
You said something interesting, Ronnie. You said even though he's in the biggest city in the world, he's much more in the shadows here than he was in Atlanta.
So true.
Everybody knew his name. Castillo runs. Sullivan lines one over short for a base hit, and Castillo will go to third. Corey Sullivan with a single, moving Castillo first to third, and now they're runners at the corners with 2 out.
Well, nice hitting by Corey, and that's just, you got a sinker ball pitcher. How many pitches have we seen? If you folks are home watching on TV and you've watched every pitch thrown by Bizzardo, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that 80% are away. And if you're a left-hand hitter, you just sit on it. You get 6 pitches off Bizzardo, you're a left-hand hitter, I guarantee you 5 are going to be away.
You got it. And that's not good for a pitcher unless you have the ability to either occasionally throw a fastball in or a slider down and in.
Semi Hervasio up in the bullpen for the Astros. Ronnie, wait till you see this guy pitch.
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, gosh, Ron. Steps towards first base.
Dave Clark on his way out to the mound. And he's going to make the move here, and so we'll see Hervasio in just a moment. So Yorman Bizzardo lasts 4 2/3 in his 6th start of the season. Leads trailing 2-1. Wow, a quick hook from Mr. Clark. We'll be back. Let's answer our Aflac trivia question for today. We asked you which is the only position in which the Mets have never had a Gold Glove winner. Let's see. Mets at first, Doug Flynn at second, Buddy Harrelson at short, David Wright at third. I guess catcher's the only position where they've never had a Gold Glove.
Wow. Amazing that Jerry Grody, for all of his skills, never won at catcher. But when you're in the league at the same time as Johnny Bench, unfortunately, Grody fell a little short.
Mr. P.
The only Met pitcher ever to win a Gold Glove.
Ronnie should have won more. I'm sorry. Veronica Wilson out there. One of the finest fielding pitchers I ever played with.
But Greg Maddux grabbed a hold of that award by the neck, and you were the last one to win before Maddux,
Before
right?
he won it, so I was very happy to get one under the belt, because you know, that award, especially Maddux, was a great fielder. Once he gets a few, you know, Jim Cott did the same thing. What did he win, 16 in a row, Kitty, or something like that?
16. He and Brooks.
Yep. This Hervasio is just unbelievable. You're right, guys. Three-quarter delivery, sinker slider, and he steps towards the first base dugout. Just the opposite. Most pitchers that will pitch across their body are straight. He kind of opens up and kind of slings it there.
Look at that thing. See that? Pointing the ball at the runner at third. There goes Sullivan. Throw by Tolles, not in time. Sullivan with a stolen base. His 7th of the year. And the Mets have 2 in scoring position.
Well, obviously, with that delivery, he's slow to the plate, so Sully thought he'd take that extra base. But that is a pretty hard slider.
Yes, it is.
But you know, the bad thing about this young guy, Hervasio, is that he's spending a lot of time around Valverde. Valverde also has the very histrionic kind of act when he's out there on the mound. Look at that.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, what is that, the claw?
I'm scared. I think it's the version of the Papelbon for the National League, I guess.
1-2 to Tatis. Almost threw a wild pitch. Tolles did well to stop it. 2-2.
This kind of guy when he does that. A nice play here by Tolles.
Who's the guy from Cincinnati that used to have his own act? We know about Roboski, of course, and his stare.
Well, Dibble.
But no, Brad.
Leslie.
Oh, Leslie.
The animal. The animal.
Yeah, Leslie threw that gas. Please. Love that straight cheddar he threw.
That's just bizarre. I'm sorry.
Just like a whip uncoiling here for Hervasio. Stays close and then really opens up, steps towards first, and kind of just slings it up there. A whirling dervish of
like
emotion.
He's skipping stones.
Yeah.
But this thing, that's just.
It's the last Poyoric.
I got a word for it. It's called weak.
Oh, well.
Well, he came in last night, faced one batter, struck out David Wright. And now working on Tatis. Kind of an interesting move by Dave Clark. You got a young pitcher on the mound, Bizzardo, who's pitched pretty well. 93 pitches, 4 2/3, and all of a sudden he's out of the game.
It's called how not to win friends and influence people. I mean, that's bizarre, because you want to have a chance. Bizarre for Bizzardo, boy. You want to see how a young guy pitches out of when it's on the line. And I'm sure, look at, he looks puzzled. We're puzzled too, Yorman.
Well, you've got Dave Clark, who's managed, what, a dozen games in the major leagues now, interim skipper after they fired Cecil Cooper, and feeling his way. And obviously he'd very much like to keep the job. 2-2. Broken back bloop. Falling fast. Base hit. That'll bring home 2. And it's 4-1 New York. So Fernando Tatis battling his way at the cost of a bat. Drives in a couple of runs. And it's 4-1 New York.
Well, it was obvious that Fernando with 2 strikes was protecting the plate, Ronnie, and he never threw a fastball in. Look at Fernando stepping almost on home plate.
And that ball is 3 inches off the plate, still able to get a bat on it.
So nicely done by Fernando.
Gervasio gives Rosario a couple more earnings.
That closes the book on Bizzardo.
4 2/3 for Bizzardo. 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 3 walks, and no strikeouts. The line looks a whole lot worse than it did a moment ago. Now Josh Thole, who tripled off the fence in right field in the 4th inning. Tatis runs, and no chance for Toles as Tatis got a big jump. His 4th stolen base of the year. So the Mets have the book on Bizzardo. They've run on him twice since he's come in the game.
Well, he should spend less time staring at third base from the mound and spend more time worried about the runners on base. You know, he's got great stuff. You can see that he's got unusual stuff with that unusual delivery, and that's certainly going to get hitters. But you got to do all the other little things. Hold runners on.
Little tapper goes foul. And Thole wisely running it out just in case it came back fair. Bizzardo still a bit puzzled.
I'm telling you. It's a good time for the veteran on the bench to go over and not console him, but say, I hear you, brother. I don't know what's going on.
Now Gervasio ahead on Thole 0-2. And Josh fights one off. Tole's triple was his first in the major leagues and a record-setting triple for the Mets. Their 48th of the season, the most they've ever had in any of their 48 seasons.
What year did they have the 48?
1979 comes to mind.
Frankie Tavares and that crew.
Oh. And 96 was the year that Lance Johnson had 21 triples. That was the other year. 78 and 96, excuse me. And I think it was Frankie Tavares in 78, the prime mover.
Frankie Tavares wasn't a bad player. He just came over here, didn't have the greatest of attitudes. Came over from the Pirates right here.
Well, kind of like another ex-Pirate who came here and didn't want to play.
Bruce Beauclair.
Richie Hebner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doug Flynn on that team. Henderson. Hendu, they called him, remember?
Yep.
Mookie was in center.
Joel Youngblood.
Joe, yes. Jorgensen was still here.
Mike Jorgensen.
Ed Krankle was gone.
No, he was still here.
Still there, that's right.
Yeah. 2-2 to Thole. He was a pinch hitter in those days.
He had Zachary in the starting rotation. Craig Swan. Gosh, he had so many.
Skip Lockwood as their closer, I believe.
That's right.
Was Apodaca in that bullpen?
I think he was gone. He had already hurt himself at that point.
Hank Webb. Is he there?
2-2 to Thole outside. No, I think Webb was gone by then. Zilli was playing center field for the Mets then. I think Mookie came up
later.
79 or 80.
Right. That's right, Maz.
Well, Thole has worked his way from 0-2 back to 3-2. Sammy the Claw Gervasio trying to wind his way through this inning. And he walked him. So after getting ahead on Thole 0-2, Gervasio gives up the walk. So he's faced 2 batters, has yet to retire anybody. 4th walk given up by Astros pitching. Rain starts to fall a little harder. Dave Clark heads out to the mound. Well, a little rain must fall on every interim skipper.
Oh, man.
And we'll get a new pitcher for the Astros. So Gervasio faces 2 batters. Doesn't retire either one. And Dave Clark makes another pitching change. 4-1 New York in the 5th. We'll be back. Think of it. 24-year-old lefty, the misnamed Wesley Wright, will be on the mound.
Well, he missed 18 games with the left shoulder strain. Came back off the DL September 1st as a call-up. And he's owns a 9.77 ERA on the road. Pitches much better at home.
Oof. Not to be confused with Wesley Walker.
No, this guy doesn't have the hands.
Wesley was a California Golden Bear.
He was a New York Jet.
Yes, that's what he was.
Great note.
He went to Cal when my brother was there.
Didn't play baseball, did he?
No, but he played football.
Good player. Underrated player.
And great as Wesley was, even greater when you consider the receiver was blind in one eye.
That's right.
He was also a good man, terrific guy personally.
Still is.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Jets with a big game tomorrow against the Saints down in New Orleans.
Well, that'll be a high scoring affair. We'll test the Jet defense.
Well, it's starting to rain a little harder. It is an official game, home team leading.
Oh, I think it's letting up.
It's very encouraging.
Very optimistic personality when it rains, by the way.
2-1 to Anderson Hernandez, who hit an opposite field double, batting left-handed to drive in a run in the second inning. Now getting a chance to bat right-handed against Wesley Wright. Pitcher Pat Mish on deck.
Right.
And Hernandez with the cut fouls it off, 3-2.
Nice hustle by the home plate umpire.
That is Damian Neal, who is the vacation replacement umpire. I saw him during spring training this year.
Oh, see, he took it out because Toles caught that one in the face mask. Give him a chance to shake up the cobwebs. Good move by Mr. Beal. So maybe the claw doesn't work so well when it rains.
No, claw.
Nice little start. Missed it by that much. Runners go on 3-2, and Hernandez takes ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So 4 straight Mets have reached base after 2 were out. Sullivan had the hit and run single. Tatis singled to drive in a pair. Tolle walked, and now Hernandez has walked.
Geez, Mish could have gone up in the clubhouse and had a couple burgers and took a drive around the stadium and come back and been in time to hit.
Mish will be the 8th man up in the inning. He has reached on an error, reached on a walk, still looking for his first hit of the year, and he bats here with the bases loaded and 2 out, which has been the Mets' black hole this year. With the bases loaded and 2 outs this year, Met hitters are 5 for 63. Wow. Which is an .079 batting average. One and 1, 0-2 to Mish.
Well, he just wanted to pitch around the 8-hitter and get to the pitcher.
I'm sure that's where they brought him in. And time asked for.
Oh, 1's a fastball, 2's a curve.
Well, it's been a rough inning for the Astros and their manager Dave Clark. Dave said he loved to play at Shea Stadium, though. And after he was quoted as saying that he loved to hit there, the Elias folks went back and looked. Dave hit .346 at Shea Stadium.
Wow.
Including a game in '94 for the Pirates in which he hit 2 home runs against Dwight Gooden. So there you go. He loved Shea. It's not like in Citi Field quite so much. Mish breaks his back, and Matsui throws him out. And this inning finally comes to an end. Mets tally 2 and lead 4-1 after 5. All right, Chris, and raining hard enough now that the umpires have decided to stop the game and cover the field. We do have an official game. 5 innings have been played. The Mets have a 4-1 lead. This rain delay brought to you by Select Spiders. And there is a line of showers heading up the East Coast, and hopefully it can clear fairly quickly and we can resume this game. If not, it would be official and the Mets would have themselves a win. Pat Mish had gone out to the mound, getting ready to start the 6th inning before the grounds crew signaled to put the tarp on the field.
You know, it was interesting watching Pat as he threw the ball into his glove. He was really disappointed that they were going to put the tarp on, because it probably means he will not go back out there if there's an extended rain delay.
Well, 2 things about that. One is, if that's the case, then it's the end of his season. 2 is, he walked off the mound with the baseball in his glove, and as he approached the dugout, he flipped the ball to somebody in the stands, and I'm thinking to myself, that could be the game ball.
Yeah, he should have kept it, right? If he's got, there might be a William Mish tomorrow in the paper.
So Mish will sit around and see whether this game can be resumed or whether he's got a victory in his pocket. Mets leading 4-1. We're going to take a break. Take you to Mets Weekly after the break, and we'll come back to Citi Field when they're ready to start action again.
I'm going to play Strato.
Delay that will approach 2.5 hours. The rain has stopped. The tarp is off the field, and the Mets and Astros are getting set to resume. Game was stopped at 2:59 Eastern time. It's now 5:18, so it's been a while. And so Pat Mish unable to return to the mound after the rain delay after 5 effective innings. He's in line for a victory if the bullpen can hold it, and Brian Stokes will pitch for the first time in a week.
Well, really the perfect guy for Jerry to put out there. He has not pitched since the 26th of September, and also had a nice outing there when he went 2 innings and struck out 3 batters. But Stokes, you might be able to get a couple innings from him.
With the long rain delay, the majority of the crowd has gone home, and the Mets have invited all the remaining fans to move down into the lower sections behind the dugouts, and that's where the couple of thousand people who are left here have congregated. So it's a chance for folks who don't normally get to sit close to the action to do exactly that.
You know, we've seen that in a couple other ballparks. Real class move by the Mets to have the fans come down that have stayed.
Lance Berkman will be the first man up in the 6th inning for the Astros, who trail at 4-1, and Stokes ready to resume the game, and he throws low and away for ball 1. 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay officially. Berkman is 1 for 2. He's singled to right and grounded out, and he strokes one to left field. A long run toward the corner for Sullivan. He won't get there, and it short hops the wall. Berkman heads for second, and he is in standing with a leadoff double. 31st double of the year for Berkman, and that's what gets us back underway.
Berkman's one of those hitters, I think, that he could do nothing all winter, come to spring training, get 3 hits in his first game. Just kind of a natural hitter, especially from that left side. Gets a pitch not bad on the corner, but up a little bit and driven nicely to left field.
So the Astros have their 6th hit of the game. Pat Mish went 5 innings, allowed a run on 5 hits, no walks, and 1 strikeout. A nice backup to his shutout performance in Florida in his previous start. Now here's Carlos Lee, who's popped up and singled to center, 1 for 2 today. And Stokes misses low for ball 1. The Mets got 2 runs in the 2nd inning. One of them on an RBI double by Anderson Hernandez. The other run scoring on an error. The Astros got a run back in the 3rd on a sacrifice fly by Miguel Tejada. Tatis throws out Lee for the first out as Berkman holds second. Then the Mets added 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. A 2-run broken bat single by Fernando Tatis to make it 4-1. And that is when the rains came at the end of the 5th inning, just as Mish had gone to the mound for the 6th.
Well, you saw that Tatis was very tentative. Watching him take the warm-up throws, the grass was extremely wet, even though it had the tarp on it. Of course, when it gets on the dirt was very muddy. They put a lot of that quick dry on, but that's the most I've ever seen them put on this field.
And you just looking at the field right now, it's still rather muddy, even with all the diamond dry that they've put down. Here's Hunter Pence, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike. Well, while we were away, one of the very important games of this final Saturday has gotten underway, and a great pitcher's duel is developing in Minnesota between Zach Greinke and Nick Blackburn. The Twins and the Royals, no score in the bottom of the 5th. The Twins try to put pressure on the Tigers, who play at 7 o'clock tonight. Tigers will be hosting the White Sox, and the Tigers will have a rookie pitcher, Alfredo Figueroa, on the mound, making just his 3rd big league start. So if the Twins can put up a win, that'll put a lot of pressure on young Mr. Figueroa. The Twins a game behind the Tigers starting the day. And breaking ball strike to Pence, 1-2.
Gary, you really see as you look at the AL Central, that has been the problem for the Tigers all season long. Verlander, Porcello, of course, and Jackson have been great, but in this past week, and not only Figueroa tonight, but they also had Bonine, who started the ball game. So, you know, they're a little weaker at the back end of their rotation.
Pence pops one foul. Well, this was to have been Porcello's start, but the problem was the Tigers and Twins got rained out on Monday. That forced a doubleheader on Tuesday, so Porcello, instead of starting Monday, had to start Tuesday. So rather than pitch him on short rest tonight, Jimmy Leland decides to go with Figueroa. And presumably Porcello will pitch tomorrow in the season's final regular season game. 1-2 to Pence. Reached for and popped up. Murphy retreating. Tough play over the shoulder. Can't find it. And it lands for a base hit for Pence. On to third goes Berkman. And the Astros have 1st and 3rd and 1 out.
Well, this is one of the things that Murph has to work on, running back. You can't turn your back. You can't be like R.C. Owens or Jerry Rice going for the long bomb. You got to kind of look over one shoulder. And, you know, it's the second time it's happened, and that'll be something he needs to work on. That ball was hit too low, by the way, to get any help from Castillo.
So the blue pit for Pence puts runners at first and third and brings the tying run to the plate in a 4-1 game. Jeff Keppinger is 0 for 2. He's hit a comebacker and lined out to third. And Keppinger takes ball 1. And Keppinger takes a strike, 1-1.
What was Keppinger's story, Gary, here with the Mets? He just always would hit, but they didn't really feel he could defensively play well enough to be out there, right?
Well, the Mets had gotten him in a trade with the Pirates, and he came with a reputation as a guy who was a line drive hitter, but not much of a fielder. As it turned out, he actually fielded pretty well when he was here at second base. But the Mets just felt as though they could do better in terms of on-base percentage, defense, and that's right about the time that they brought in Kaz Matsui and moved Reyes over to second base. Elmer descends Ken Takahashi up in the Mets bullpen.
Keppinger didn't have a lot of range in any of the positions that whatever he got to, he was fine, but he just didn't cover a lot of ground.
Taken low 2-2. Of course, the irony is they brought in Matsui to essentially replace Keppinger, and now they're teammates in Houston. Right. And there's Kaz waiting on deck. 2-2 to Keppinger, and the slider hit to short. They have to hurry to turn 2. Castillo with the turn, and they got him. Double play, side retired. 6-4-3 on the double play to help Stokes out of trouble in the top of the 6th inning. So a successful return from the rain delay. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and the Mets with a 4-1 lead. You want to get your gangrene fix with exclusive post-game reactions, the latest from Rex, and insider info and opinion from a Jets blog that's always updated with the latest Jets news. There's a place for that. SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Tim Burdock will take over the pitching for the Astros following the rain delay.
And he is continuing to set his career mark with his 76th game. Burdock from Rice University, same as Lance Berkman, his first baseman.
Burdock pitched last night, gave up a pinch hit triple to Nick Evans, but then struck out the next 2 hitters. And Sammy Hervasio then came on and struck out David Wright. So a triple and then 3 straight strikeouts was the result in that inning last night. Angel Pagan was robbed of a base hit his last time up on a diving stop by Carlos Lee, which was originally ruled no catch by the third base umpire Fielded Culbreth, but then they conferred and the other umpires overruled, and it was ruled a legitimate catch and a terrific one for Carlos Lee. Pagan gets under one and pops it up to shortstop, and Miguel Tejada backpedaling to grab it, one away.
Okay, for the people at home, the rules changed a little bit, hasn't it? It's 30 minutes now that the umpires can call it after the initial.
Well, for years the rule was that on the first rain delay, the umpires had to wait at least an hour and 15 minutes.
Right.
But now it is pretty much up to their discretion anytime there's a rain delay.
And the second rain delay was what, 55 minutes? Or
I think it went from an hour 15 to 45 for the second to 30 for the third rain delay that they had to wait before they could call it. It led to some ridiculous situations where there was just no chance where they had to call a game or had to wait to call a game. You see fans didn't come armed with sunglasses today, and the sun is now out.
You could use your umbrella or
Against the
parasol. You can use that for give you some shade.
where are those folks? Over in the right field? They're in the right field corner?
Jeff Fulcino is up at the bullpen for the Astros.
Don't mess with Fulcino. He's a big guy.
They got a couple. They got some
monsters.
heavyweights in that bullpen.
Jeez.
They got Chad Peranto out there, although he's hurt and probably can't pitch. He probably could rumble. Castillo walked and scored a run in the fifth inning, otherwise 0 for 2. And Burdick throws in the dirt, 2-2. The starter for the Astros was Yorman Bazardo, who was pulled with 2 out in the fifth inning. He was down 2-1 when he got taken out. Wound up getting charged with 4 runs, 3 of them earned on 5 hits because Sammy Hervasio came on, didn't retire a batter. And Wesley Wright then got the final out in the fifth. So Burdick's the 4th Houston pitcher of the day. And a full count to Castillo.
Oh, did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Nicely done. The umpire threw the ball away and it hit one of the on deck circle
Weighted bats.
weighted bat and it kicked back on the field.
That's hard to do if you try.
That's right.
3-2 from Burdick, and Castillo down swinging as he foul tips one, held by Tolles for the second out. So 2 out and nobody on. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Acela Express, where you can plug in and work or sit back and relax. Book now at Amtrak.com. It's a little quiet at the Acela Club right now. But I would say that quiet probably is a good adjective to describe the entire ballpark right now. There's something very relaxing about it.
It is. You're not getting bombarded, and you got the sounds of the fans talking, the players going, "Hey, batter, batter."
Players don't really do that in the major leagues, do they?
No.
We want a pitcher, not a drink of water.
Hey, batter, batter, swing. That really worked.
Daniel Murphy 1 for 3 today. Doubled down the right field line back in the first.
The cowbell man's still here. Oh, there's a guy getting some photos.
Well, cowbell man never vacates while a game is going on.
Does he work?
Yeah, he works the crowd here with the cowbell. The problem is, the cowbell man has to stay up behind the seats in the concourse. And now everybody's down so close to the field, there's nobody near cowbell man. He might be a little lonely.
To hang out with Mr. Met.
Yeah, but Mr. Met won't talk back.
Yeah, that's a problem.
1-2 to Murphy.
There it is. That'll get the
There he
crowd.
is.
That'll get the crowd riled.
CBM. Struck him out. Fastball from Burdick gets Murphy. Couple of strikeouts for Burdick in a 1-2-3 inning. 6 in the books at Citi Field. Mets up 4-1.
pay you enough money.
That's right.
Screw that.
7th inning, Kaz Matsui leads off against Brian Stokes, who starts his 2nd inning, and Matsui takes ball 1. Kaz is grounded to 3rd, taking a call 3rd strike.
Well, these are the real baseball fans that are left here at the ballpark. These people stay to watch.
Well, you know, we had that that event today, the Gary, Keith, and Ron event back out in the Big Apple area out near the bullpen, and hanging around with some of the fans down there. And we had 800 people out there for the event today. These people watch and or listen to every pitch of every inning of every game all year long.
That's
absolute diehards. I had more people come up to me and say, you know, I'm really sorry the season's ending. I'm thinking to myself, wow, really, even this season?
Well, the people out in Sag Harbor, they're diehard Met fans, and
Matsui draws a leadoff walk.
they're watching.
Even after a 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay.
Well, I don't know about that, but you know,
It's the bewitching hour, Keith. 5:30.
we got to do a reset.
No, it's. I think he's saying it's cocktail hour.
Yeah, it's Sag Harbor.
Oh, sorry, I'll miss that one. All you sailors.
Yeah, but just think, starting tomorrow, you won't miss any of them.
That's right. Is it a nice forecast tomorrow?
Yes, it is. Here's J.R. Tolles.
Actually, I've left tickets for 2 Sag Harbor families that are coming to the final game.
Nice.
That's bullpen active. Pedro Feliciano and Sean Green out for the bitter end.
Are we going to check on Kev, or is he still here? Did he go home?
Where is Kevin? Throw it to Kevin.
I'm still here, guys. Just wanted to prove that I'm still at the ballpark today. You know, about 5.5 hours ago, you guys were talking about the Rockies and the Dodgers' big game tonight. Rockies try to come back and somehow win that division after being down 15 games. And I was talking to Corey Sullivan about that perspective today. He, of course, was a former Rocky with them when they made that incredible run in 2007. And I asked him the secret. What makes that such a good team? What makes them go? And he cited a lot of things. First of all, he said he lives in Denver in the off season, and he said there are 7 Rockies, 7, which live within a 3-mile radius. So it's a lot of guys that stay in the hometown in the off season. Now, most guys in ball clubs live in other places, but 7 of the Rockies live all in that area. He said, heck, on Tuesday night we've got trivia night. So you know, I'm still close to the guys; they're still close. And the other thing is, when I was there was so much accountability. You never felt like you had to be the guy. Everyone would always pick everyone up, and I still think that quality is there today. I asked him if he regretted it all, you know, not being there and being able to partake in this, as Tatis will flip it to second for the force out there, just barely in time. And he said, you know what, I don't regret it at all. It's not hard even a little bit, because I never felt like my future was with the Rockies. So for me, it's a bunch of friends that I'm rooting for and watching, but just kind of a unique perspective on why that team is so close and what makes them tick. And they're ticking what could be an unbelievable division win. Guys, back to you.
Meanwhile, Dave Clark is out for an argument after that play at second base. Not sure why Tatis threw to second with a 3-run lead. But Dave Clark satisfied with Gary Cedarstrom's explanation.
Well, very glad he's running off the field.
Well, to me, it looked like for a while that Matsui might be safe at second base, but when he slid in the mud, he seemed to slow down. So I'm not sure if he even made it there before the play. Very close.
He's out.
This is also a 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay, so it's maybe not as close as we thought.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know, Dave Clark also, he only
to detail.
has had a dozen games as manager. He's got 1 more tomorrow. He may not have any more, so he's going to, you know, do what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Darren Erstad will pinch hit. Batting for Burdack. Erstad appeared as a pinch hitter last night and had a base hit. Trying to push his average off the interstate. But Tatis has his ground ball out at second, and Castillo does not turn it as Erstad, busting down the line, beats it out and keeps the inning alive. Boy, Tatis has had a lot of chances today.
It really has. This throw he gets to Castillo was just a little tiny bit high, and he didn't put enough juice on it, I think. See that? Little toss just gave Erstad, who still runs well, just enough time to be safe at first base. And he's been known his entire career as a guy who hustles.
So Erstad aboard with 2 out, and Jerry Manuel's on his way out to the mound. Must be. Brian Stokes has gone an inning and 2/3. And with Michael Bourne, the left-hand hitter, coming up, Jerry's going to bring Pedro Feliciano into the game to extend his club record, 4-1 New York. Called upon for the 88th time this season, extending his Mets club record to try and get Michael Bourne with 2 out and a runner at first. Bourne is 1 for 3. The 2 times he's been retired have been on line drives, 1 to center and 1 to third. And cutter by Feliciano for strike 1.
I think Mr. Bourne right there, as you see Pedro's numbers, outstanding all season long, even better here at Citi Field.
Lefty sitting just .216 against Feliciano. Bourne had a triple over the head of Pagan in center field and scored the only Astros run in the 3rd. Erstad at first and 2 down. And it's fouled. That one catches Josh Tolley, and it's 1-2. Well, today is October 3rd, which is a very famous date in baseball history, and particularly in New York baseball history. It was 58 years ago today that Bobby Thompson hit what was described as the shot heard around the world, really more like the shot heard from Florida to Alaska.
Yeah. You're right.
But nonetheless, maybe the most famous home run in baseball history, as the Giants came from behind in the 3rd game of a best-of-3 playoff after making up 13.5 games in the standings and catching the Dodgers at the end of the season.
If you play that year in Stratomatic, the Dodgers win every year. The Giants didn't have the same team as the Dodgers, and that was the famous call by Russ Hodges. The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant.
I think that's what's great about that. Not only was it the greatest home run at the time it was hit, tragic, of course, for the Brooklyn Dodger team, but also you add that call in, and it just makes and the ballpark with all the papers on it.
Hit hard down to 3rd. Tatis will have to go to 1st in time to get Bourne, and that retires the side. Of course, the only reason that call was recorded was because a Brooklyn fan was sitting with his radio. He recorded Hodges' call. shine take on the latest in New York sports, your calls, and each other. And now every Thursday, Jets defensive tackle Chris Jenkins joins the debate and discusses all things gangrene on Loudmouths weeknights at 6, only on SNY. Home 7th inning, Jeff Francoeur leads off. Jeff is 0 for 3 facing the new Astros pitcher Jeff Fulcino.
Jeff Fulcino from near you, Gary, Fairfield, Connecticut, went to the University of Connecticut. This is really his first full season in the major leagues. Had a couple cups of coffee, and now his 61st game.
A lot of work.
And he's done well, as has that entire Astro bullpen. That has really been the strength of this Houston team.
Since end of May, his ERA has been under 3, so he's gotten better as the season's gotten longer.
The Minnesota Twins have just scored a run in the bottom of the 6th inning, and they lead Kansas City 1-0. Joe Mauer driving in the first run of the game against Zach Greinke.
Oh, really? Joe Mauer? It's unbelievable. I mean, what they needed Blackburn to match zeros with Greinke for at least 5 or 6 innings. He did, and then they punched through. Nathan will have the 9th, of course. Can they get the game to him?
2-1 to Francoeur. And he looks one to right center field. Bourne going over in the gap. And Francoeur retired, one away. Well, here's your Jeep around the majors. Mauer's RBI single has put the Twins up on the Royals 1-0. Blackburn, by the way, has thrown only 77 pitches in 6 innings, so they'll be in there for the distance. The Tigers might have a lot of pressure on them tonight if the Twins win that game, with the rookie Alfredo Figueroa pitching for the Tigers against Freddie Garcia. And the Dodgers and Rockies continue their series. The Rockies trying to get even with the Dodgers with a win tonight with Jorge De La Rosa against Clayton Kershaw at Dodger Stadium. The biggest concern for the Dodgers to me is not that they are, in danger of losing their lead, because they're in the postseason anyway. It's that Manny Ramirez isn't hitting a lick right now.
Manny's not hitting, and they also don't have another number 1 starter. Billingsley has been very, very mediocre in the second half after a great first half. So that's a little bit of the problem. Their bullpen's still pretty strong, but they're going to have to use some different kind of guys in the playoffs.
Manny Ramirez struck out 4 times last night, and going into last night, the second half of the season from the All-Star break on, he's hitting .260 with only 10 home runs.
By the way, speaking of strikeouts, Mark Reynolds, 4 strikeouts this afternoon, 220 now.
Wow.
Fulcino behind 3-0 on Sullivan, and he walks him on 4 pitches. So Sullivan's aboard for the 3rd time today, a single and 2 walks.
I think it's important, Ron, for teams. I mean, St. Louis has got to have concern. They lost again today to Milwaukee. You want to go in with a little momentum.
Yeah.
You don't want to end the season, a team like St. Louis who iced it early and go in flat. But you know what? They can start off hot and just never look back. You just don't know. But I think all in all, every team wants to be on an upswing going into the playoffs.
Well, it's that whole argument of guys that have clinched versus the guys that are playing hard, good baseball into the last game of the season, like the Tigers, like, of course, the Minnesota Twins.
Of course, with the Cardinals, when you've got a 1-2 combination of Carpenter and Wainwright going in the first 2 of a best-of-5 series, you have to figure that's going to create its own momentum.
The only thing I'd be a little leery of is Pinheiro, who's been great all season long, had a very mediocre September. So can he recover?
Tatis fouls it away, 1-1.
One thing that I would look at, seeing that game from CC Sabathia going in, trying to get his 20th win, and he struggled mightily, is that his numbers in the postseason are just horrible. They're 19 inning pitch, I think 25 runs. So, coming off a bad start, you're going to feel a little extra pressure pitching in that first game.
Of course, he was so phenomenal down the stretch from Milwaukee last year, but when push came to shove the first week in October, it wasn't there.
But he pitched on 3 days rest almost the entire September.
Victorino got the big home run on him down the left field line up on the right side of the plate.
Sullivan at first and 1 out. 2-1 to Tatis, who had a broken bat single to drive in 2 runs in the 5th inning.
Well, we've always talked about players today with the widespread stance. Tatis is not one of those. His feet are close together, open, but close together. Shoulder length, or width, I should say.
Sullivan runs, pitch a strike, Tolles with a perfect throw, and Sullivan's out at second base.
Beautiful throw.
So Sullivan, who had a stolen base earlier in the game, is caught for the first time this year.
Beautiful throw.
And it had to be a perfect throw.
Right there. I'll tell you that ball's waist high or above. He's safe. That's right to the glove. Look at that.
You see Tolles also, he slipped a little bit, falling backwards, and still got enough on that throw.
Beautiful throw.
That got him with the tag on the hand. 2-4 on the caught stealing. 2 out and nobody on. A 2-2 count to Tatis. And Fernando just got a piece to stay alive.
Telegraphing that change up a little bit, Mr. Fulcino.
Delman Young just doubled in 3 runs, and the Twins now lead the Royals 4-0 in the bottom of the 6th. So after getting beaten by Zach Greinke and held it last week and held in check for 5 innings today, the Twins finally break through against the presumptive Cy Young in the American League. Tatis to deep left field. Back goes Lee onto the track, and at the wall he can't get it. And Tatis cruises into second base with a 2-base hit. Well, it's been quite an adventure for Carlos Lee in left field today. He's had 3 balls that he has not caught and 1 that in spectacular fashion he did catch.
Don't look at it on the board, Carlos.
It's not pretty.
Anyway, nicely ripped by Tatis. Just didn't. Oh, he had the glove on the wrong side. Oh well.
Nice hitting by Fernando.
Almost a bullseye. Almost got a bullseye in that O in Lincoln.
I think your point from earlier is well taken, though, Ron. You look at the left field that Lee has to play in Houston, where the fence is maybe 30 feet shorter out there. He just never needs to run that far.
Exactly. He gets exposed in a big ballpark like this.
There's Josh Tolley, who had a triple, his first of his career back in the 4th inning, and the Mets' 48th triple of the year, the most they've ever had in a season. Tolley's also walked. He's 1 for 2. Anderson Hernandez waiting on deck. 1-1 to Tolley.
Well, I just got a text from a friend at JFK Airport. It said it's raining out there.
Ball trickles behind Tolles, but not far enough for Tatis to move. More rain? Really?
Just hope it doesn't come this way.
Usually it goes the other way.
I thought we were done with the rain.
Get back into that computer, Gary. Let us know.
I'll check the radar. All right. Meanwhile, Charlie Brown has hung in there. And Charlie Brown is very committed to baseball.
Where's Lucy?
She's pulling the football away from somebody else. Line center field, base hit for Tolley. That'll bring home Tatis. It's an RBI single for Josh Tolley, and it's 5-1 New York. So Tolley, who came into the game in a 1 for 22 stretch, has 2 hits and a walk today, and he drives in his 8th run.
The old changeup, a little bit like right there. Didn't sink, had too much plate. And a hitter like Josh Tolley is, because he's so spread out, is going to stay back on off-speed pitches. I think you're doing him a favor, and that Tatis is going to score easily.
Here's Hernandez, and he takes a low and inside ball 1. Hernandez had an opposite field double to drive in a run back in the 2nd. 1 for 2 on the day. Tolley at first and 2 down. Mets with a run home here in the 7th. Tolles will go out to talk to Fulchino. Meanwhile, Jeremy Reed has come out on deck to bat for the pitcher.
Well, Mr. Tolley likes to choke up. You see him choking up, spread out. Really turns that front foot in. When you're spread out like that, you don't generate a lot of power. You know, you're kind of just like a statue there, and it's all upper body.
You're so right, Keith. The only way you can hit for power, if you have that wide open stance, is if you're a specimen like Pujols, who's so strong.
Dave Kingman. David Arthur Kingman.
Kong. The Sky King. Ball 4, and Hernandez is on with a walk. So Fulchino struggling here in the 7th. He's given up 2 hits and 2 walks in the inning. And the pitching coach Dewey Robinson will go out and talk to him. That is 7 walks by Astros pitching this afternoon. Soon to become evening. Jeremy Reed will be the pinch hitter.
Dewey Robinson had 30 games in the big leagues with the Chicago White Sox. Relief pitcher. Started 1 game. No, I'll take that back. All relief appearances.
Don't forget, tomorrow after the Jets play the Saints, it's Jets post-game live tomorrow, and after every Jets game right here on SNY.
Well, those Jet defense is going to be up against a pretty potent offense.
Drew Brees and the Saints in New Orleans.
I mean, they're probably the best offense in football right now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of weapons. 9 touchdown passes already. Did I hear that correctly in my ear?
3 games. It's not bad.
Wow.
Doesn't make him Mark Sanchez.
They're both undefeated, correct?
That's exactly right.
Someone must go down.
And they must go down hard.
And who the Gents play?
Giants play Kansas City tomorrow at the Meadowlands. Or at Kansas City? So both teams are on the road tomorrow. Why would they do that? Bruce still in town? Down to first base. Berkman will take the out at first to end the inning. Mets add a run and lead it 5-1 after 7. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. By Geico. By Toyota. And by Citi. Citi never sleeps. 8th inning, Sean Green takes over for New York.
I was going to say before, Sean Green, the 79th game, pitched a scoreless inning yesterday. Interesting that Detroit decided to play a night game. You know, it's October 3rd in Detroit. Could have some really foul weather. Chosen to play this night game, which might hurt them because Minnesota might be able to put a win on the board before they take the field.
If the Tigers are lucky,
yeah,
they'll be playing a night game on November 5th in Detroit.
Right. You're right. You're right.
Well, the World Series will end this year later than ever if they play 7 games. As Miguel Tejada swings and misses, and you've got some really cold weather cities involved with Detroit and Boston and New York. I mean, you know, you got the possibility of some really frigid games in late October and early November.
I saw the 2 games in 2004 in St. Louis where the Red Sox won their first World Championship in so long, and can I tell you, it was freezing in St. Louis in late October. It can get cold there also.
82 against the World Series against, and that was a lot earlier, obviously. It was freezing. Freezing in Milwaukee and freezing in St. Louis. We had all night games in St. Louis because we were game 1 and 2 and 6 and 7. Fortunately, we had 2 day games in Milwaukee.
Well, in 1973, when the Mets played the A's in the World Series, the 3 middle games were all at night at Shea, and it was frigid. I mean, absolutely frigid for all 3 of those games. And, you know, that's what you get when you play games in almost winter time in the Northeast and play them that late at night.
I know in the '86 World Series, the only pictures you'll ever see of me with the big turtleneck on. I never wore a turtleneck, but you had to. It was that cold.
I remember the big game Rusty had, and then against Holtzman hit the opposite field. The wind was blowing out to left, but Rusty with that separated shoulder, whatever it was, a deeply bruised shoulder. I forget what he did.
Couldn't throw overhand, had to throw it underhand. Out to left center field, and Pagan runs it down. Sullivan runs it down for the second, the first out of the inning. Kevin Burkhardt, where are you, my son?
I am hanging out downstairs, guys, and I want to talk to you about Bobby Parnell. It's possible we've seen the last of him this season, and we won't be seeing him in winter ball either. A little bit of a change of thinking. The original thought was Bobby going to winter ball and going to be a starter to work on that craft, but Parnell telling me that he needed a little bit of a mental break and a physical break as well. He's obviously worked a lot this year, but I asked Jerry Manuel how the team feels about that, and he said, well, you know, we want guys to go if they want to go. So if the guy is not going to be into it, I'm actually okay with the decision. And I said, what does that mean for Parnell? Does that mean he's locked into a bullpen role now? Jerry said I wouldn't say that, but guys, I'd have to think that means that really, unless there's some kind of rash of injuries, that Parnell is coming into camp next year as you know, a 7th inning guy.
Well, off what we've seen so far of Parnell as a starter and as a reliever, I'm not sure you'd come to any other conclusion anyway.
Yeah, agreed. Keith, did Bing Devine care how you felt about playing on the
And I didn't express any dissatisfaction. I saluted and went. I remember I flew into San Juan, and then I flew a little puddle jumper over the mountains in Puerto Rico. Let me tell you something. That's a tough ride.
Yeah.
It's always raining up there.
Yeah, and it's,
that was a bumpy ride over to Ponce.
3-0 to Lance Berkman, and Green walks him. So a 1-out base runner for the Astros. Berkman is on base for the 3rd time today, his 97th walk of the season. By the way, did I happen to mention to you guys that Columbia leads Princeton 31-0 in the 4th quarter?
They do.
At Princeton.
Pitching a shutout.
It's a juggernaut,
Lions.
the light blue.
Excellent. Is Florida playing yet or no?
You mean like those games with teams that go to bowl games and stuff?
Oh,
they're off this week, so
right.
Tebow can rest his head. Francoeur picks off the line drive, and Berkman heads back to first. Lee retired for the 2nd out. Of course, the big game is Southern Cal and Cal tonight.
At Cal.
You got a couple hours till that starts. You can catch it.
Does your brother go to the games?
No.
Not anymore?
Occasionally, but not very often. You know, when you work. It's a long ride from San Carlos, Palo Alto, all the way over to Berkeley.
That's right.
Oh, just for an update, 38-0 Columbia, final.
Wow. What's Yale doing?
Yale lost to Lafayette.
Lafayette. 31-14
at Yale.
So Yale's not too
hot this year. Yeah, they're struggling.
Hunter Pence is 1 for 3 on the day. And Tolley has to backhand that 1-1. Jeff Keppinger on deck. 5-1 New York. Mets trying to make it 2 straight over the Astros with the final game of the season looming tomorrow. There'll be many dark months with no baseball for Met fans.
They can get their batteries recharged. Be good for them. Good therapy. Make sure they have their oatmeal in the morning.
No Mapo anymore.
Past the mound, but Castillo is there, and the force play ends the inning. A walk and 1 left. Middle of the 8th. Mets with a 5-1 lead. At 1:10 p.m. for the final game of the 2009 season when the Mets host the Houston Astros. Log on to Mets.com or call 718-507-TIXX for your tickets now. Nelson Figueroa, who's been pitching well but not getting victories, will get the final day start for the Mets. And rookie right-hander Wilton Lopez will be on the mound for the Astros.
I predict Nelson will end on a positive note.
Troy Hawkins on for the Astros. After a couple of lean years, he has righted the ship. In the 88 games since he joined the Astros, his ERA is under 2. It's only second to Mariano Rivera in that time.
And you see far more effective against left-hand hitters than against right-hand hitters. Angel Pagan 1 for 4 on the day, doubled back in the second inning, and tries to drop down a bunt but misses it.
Hawkins has really improved his changeup. He was a very hard thrower, good slider, good overhand fastball, but he lost a little bit, 2 or 3 miles an hour, and worked on his changeup, and now that's his out pitch against lefties.
And that would account for the difference against those left-hand hitters. Well, there's front office news around baseball today. 2 teams have apparently fired their general managers. One's been announced, the other apparently is pending. The Blue Jays announced that J.P. Ricciardi will be let go as their general manager.
Well, you knew that was going to happen with the holiday circus that he had this summer. His best player and best pitcher and one of the best pitchers in baseball, he carted out like a rodeo clown for everyone to see, instead of maybe being a little more stealthful about trying to get some good prospects for his talented right-hander.
He was getting under enormous pressure and criticism from the fans in Toronto. Traded away some players.
Meanwhile, in Toronto, Cito Gaston has had to turn aside some clubhouse strife as Pagan goes down looking. Players called Gaston into a meeting. Apparently there are 4 or 5 of them who had some complaints about Cito and the way he had handled the job, and he kind of brushed it off. But that can't be a good thing for Cito, particularly with a new GM now coming in.
You mean Cito, the guy who won 2 World Series in Toronto, that guy? I think what happens nowadays is that Cito's one of those managers, which is really opposite of a lot of the managers you see today who try to have their thumbprint on every little thing. Cito's one of those guys that treats his players like grown-ups, as Castillo lines out to Tejada, and lets them go out and play. And I'm sure that's where some of the maybe concern is.
The other move that is apparently in the offing and has been pretty well confirmed is that the Padres are going to let Kevin Towers go as their general manager. Kevin had been the longest tenured general manager in baseball, 14 years, and working with a small payroll in San Diego. And apparently with new ownership in place there, Towers' reign has ended. As Murphy swings and misses.
Well, he'd had a long relationship, of course, with the owner of the Padres, and ownership groups prior to that had been very close to Sandy Alderson when Sandy was the president of the ball club. But now with Jeffrey Murad coming in and a new ownership group, of course, he's out on a limb. And I'm a big fan of Kevin Towers. I just think he's tough-nosed, good negotiator, makes some great trades, and has maybe not this year, but in the past has milked as much as you can out of those San Diego Padres.
With Towers out, the longest tenured GM in the majors will be Billy Beane in Oakland. As Murphy has a base hit, his second today. And the Mets have a 2-out base runner in the 8th.
Well, let's take a look at the swing. Oh, hanging breaking ball. Nicely done. Murph stays back nicely. That's the key to hitting the breaking ball. Let the ball break into your bat. Don't get over anxious and leap out for it. Let it come right into your hitting zone. Square it up, as they say today, and follow through and hit a linea somewhere.
Here's Frank Cora, who's 0 for 4 today. Out to right field, pants over toward the line, and a foul ball.
How do you know?
I had to wait.
Moving out of room.
And now we know for sure.
Like Spider-Man.
I thought that was Torrey Hunter.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, 0-1 to Frank Cora. And he hits one up the middle. So first hit of the day for Frank Cora, and the Mets have 2 men on. By the way, speaking of the San Diego situation, certainly it's too early to know who the successor to Kevin Towers might be, but one of the prime sources of speculation, if you look at the Frank Cora base hit, will surround the former pitcher Jerry DiPoto, who was very close to Jeff Morad in the administration in Arizona.
He was their farm director for the last few seasons and has really been groomed as someone that's going to be a general manager someday. Jerry, very intelligent young man and a fine pitcher in his day.
Once pitched for the Mets.
Cleveland Indians he pitched for also, didn't he?
The Mets got DiPoto from the Indians, I think in the same trade with Dave Malicki when they traded Jeremy Burnitz away the first time.
Okay.
But DiPoto was a delightful guy to have around when he was in New York.
When was Burnitz's last year for the Mets? I know he came back for double duty.
03, 04, somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Of course, Jeremy one time was a first-round draft pick by the Mets and came to the big leagues with New York. He and Dallas Green kind of ran afoul of each other, and that's what led to Jeremy being traded the first time.
You didn't want to run afoul of Dallas, did you?
Oh, Jeremy was one of those guys that would tell you like it is. I mean, he was not a phony.
Free spirit. Sullivan lines one to center. Bourne coming on and makes the diving catch to end the inning. So 2 hits and 2 left, and now we head to the 9th in the penultimate game of 2009. 5-1 New York going to the ninth. Right after we're done here, be sure to join Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda for all of today's highlights, interviews, Jerry Manuel's post-game reactions, Lincoln Mercury post-game live right after today's game, only on SNY. Ninth inning with Sean Green trying to finish it off, and there's the podium just waiting for Jerry Manuel's second to last post-game press conference of 2009. We bring it to you before it happens.
Wow. Ron, you're very excited about that.
Jeff Keppinger leading off in the ninth, 0 for 3 on the day. Well, the Mets won last night 7-1. They lead today 5-1. So the Mets have pitched well, hit enough, and are on the verge of taking back-to-back games from the Astros and putting themselves in position to sweep a series tomorrow to finish off the year. 3-1 to Keppinger with Kaz Matsui and J.R. Tolles to follow. Paid crowd of 37,000 plus has dwindled down to just a few hundred after a 2.5-hour rain delay. But Jerry Manuel will take it, even in front of close family and friends. Ball 4, and Keppinger's on with a leadoff walk. Not exactly the way Sean Green wanted to start the ninth inning.
Now let me ask you, Gary, because you saw so many games at the old Shea. Fans have been asked to come down and get behind the dugout all the way to the foul pole and the beautiful seats closer to the field. How come some continue to stay up in the upper seats, or I don't know, loge seats?
Yes, because they feel comfortable with lots of space around them.
Oh, so they don't want to get with all the people yelling and screaming, just want to chill.
Don't want to be bothered with having to move down. They're perfectly happy where they are.
Maybe they're asocial.
A ball game might be the worst place to come then.
You know, a lot of people are used to watching games from their couch with just their family around. Okay. So this gives them an opportunity to do that in the ballpark.
Nice.
Without anybody else getting in their way.
I'm not the least bit interested, to be honest.
Then what?
Where they're sitting. It's a free country. You are right, though. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that everybody, you know, when they have a chance to move down, not everyone can get those beautiful seats.
We got some people in front of us.
It's a free country.
Freedom of choice is very important.
They're all hanging around Al down here on camera, too.
I don't see anybody down here. Oh, yeah,
yes,
there is.
There's more than a handful.
Yeah.
Right in front of us.
Are they watching the game? Foul tip. And it's 1-2 to Matsui.
ball almost hits Matsui, but he still swings at it. Watch it.
Oh boy. It seems to me we've seen that before.
Yes.
Right?
He likes
when
that
Cass was
pitch.
a Met?
Yes, it's a recurring nightmare.
The thing about Matsui is, ever since he left the Mets, he kills the Mets. Coming into today, a .362 lifetime hitter against the Mets.
Always works out that way.
J.R. Tolles, the number 8 hitter on deck. Green's 1-2, and Matsui fights that one off. Well, Alex Gordon has hit a 2-run homer in the top of the 8th, and things are getting interesting in Minnesota.
You're getting close to their closer. God, would Gardy bring him in?
Well, they got John Roush pitching with a man on base and nobody out in the top of the 8th. And Matsui bounces one foul. I don't know. Nathan is not the guy often brought in the 8th.
I understand.
He's so good when you just bring him in for the 9th inning. And plus, you're gonna need him tomorrow too.
But if you don't win today, there may not be a tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right.
If the Tigers win tonight. 1-2, up and away. Green trying to put away Matsui and having trouble doing it. Out to left center. Pagan over, diving to make the catch. Beautiful diving backhand play by Pagan for the first out of the night.
Well, playing shallow. Everybody taking away and got a 4-run lead. Why not? Not a lot of power from Matsui. Nice play by Pagan. Great jump. He can pick it out there. Nicely done.
By the way, now the Royals have first and third and nobody out.
Just criminal if they got those 4 runs off Greinke and they lose that ball game.
Well, last night the Twins were up 10-0, and then it finished 10-7, and the Royals had the tying run at bat. J.R. Tolles is 1 for 3, doubled back in the second inning.
Frank Hoare is in very close in right field. Very shallow outfield except for Pagan. Very nice.
Green hoping to get the ground ball double play to get this thing over with.
That would be beautiful.
Some 5 hours and 13 minutes after it started. And now he's ahead on Tolles, 1-2. Jeff Blum has come out on deck to be a pinch hitter. 1-2 to Tolles, and he just got a piece to hang in there. John Green trying to put in 2 innings today and close it out for Pat Mish, who went the first 5 before the rain delay. Mish in line for his 3rd win of the year, in fact 3rd win of his career. Remember, he had never won a game before he beat the Cubs at Wrigley Field in his hometown. His 2nd big league win was the shutout of Florida last weekend. And the Royals have just tied things up in Minnesota.
Wow.
4-4. Still nobody out in that inning.
So that means they've got runners on 1st and 2nd or 1st and 3rd. Nobody out. They're primed for a little sacrifice.
Totally out to the mound to talk to Green.
How about Mish in his career? Think about it. No wins. And now, after he got his first one, he's gotten 3 wins in September.
Amazing. Actually, that tying run came in on a double play, so it's now 2 out and the base is empty. And they just got the 3rd out of the inning, so they're going to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 4 at the Metrodome. Swing and a miss, and Tolles strikes out on the breaking ball, and now they're at 2 down in the 9th. First strikeout for Green.
Well, that's a good breaking ball. Starts on the outside corner.
Look where Tolles set up.
Oh,
That's actually a catcher's balk if you want to be technical about it. He's out of the catcher's box. Not allowed to do that. So now Jeff Blum, the final hope for the Astros. Blum started at third base last night and went 0 for 3. He's been in a slump coming down the stretch of the season. Hitting .232 for the year, and he fouls one off. Well, the Twins will have Jason Kubel, Michael Kadire, and Delman Young coming up in the bottom of the 8th in a tie game with their season potentially on the line. Not only the season, but their stay in that ballpark.
Yes.
Which I guess has a new name these last few days. The Vikings, who now control the tenancy because they're going to be the prime tenant. It's called now the Mall of America at the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome.
Oh, who thinks of these things? Jeez.
It's hard to keep up.
No.
Inside the Blum 1-1.
Well, the new stadium is going to be called the Target.
Yeah, Target. Well, Target
Ballpark. I know the Target is the
Yeah.
basketball, but I think it might be also the baseball.
Right.
Could be wrong.
Yeah, I think Target's involved in the new ballpark. Target Field, maybe?
And it's outside, so that's going to be interesting in April and September.
Or November.
Weather there. Wow.
Of course, they played outside for years in the old stadium in Bloomington before they built the Metrodome. Of course, the season starts a little earlier in April and goes a little later in October now. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. As they played a World Series there in 1965, but that was pretty early in October, and they were all day games.
Yes.
So now the Astros down to their final strike, and the small gathering left here at Citi Field gets to its feet. 2-2 to Blum. Just got a piece to keep it going. It's the game that would not die.
There they are, the faithful.
Many didn't get in to see a game from that close for the first time. 2-2 from Green. Outside and low, and a full count to Blum, with Michael Bourne hoping for a turn on deck. Keppinger will run the 3-2 as high ball 4, and now they're at 2 men on. The third walk given up by Sean Green in an inning and 2/3. Jerry Manuel is on his way out. This is now a save situation if Frankie Rodriguez comes into the game, because the tying run will be on deck, and Frankie would need just 1 out to secure himself a save. And let's see if Jerry's going to make the move or not. Apparently he is. Here comes Frankie. We'll be right back. Well, every manager does this. This is managing to the save rule. You know, you get a chance to get your closer a cheap save, so you bring him in.
You got to have the right person, though. Give it
35th save of the year.
34 and 41 opportunities. Thing you don't like to see there. Only 67 2/3 innings. Those 38 walks.
Michael Bourne will be the batter with 2 on and 2 out. Bourne is 1 for 4 on the day, tripled in the third. Tommy Manzella is running at first base for Jeff Blum. And Bourne takes a strike. In Minnesota, Michael Kadire has just homered in the bottom of the 8th inning off Dusty Hughes, and the Twins have gone back in front 5-4.
Wow. Remember, Kadire is the one that had to replace Justin Morneau at first base, and he's been money in September.
31st home run of the year for Kadire, and they would be in dire straits if not for Kadire. So
Who's
now
on
they've
fire?
Exactly. Very nice. So now they've got the lead and the chance for Joe Nathan to try and save it in the ninth. 1-1 to Bourne. And he drives one to right field. Frank Core back, makes the catch, and the ball game is over. Frankie Rodriguez throws 3 pitches, gets his 35th save, secures it for Pat Mish, and almost 5.5 hours after it started, the Mets clinched the final series of the year against the Astros with a 5-1 win.
Well, congratulations to Pat Mish for his 3rd win in September. Some good hitting by Daniel Murphy, had a couple of hits. Down in the order with Tatis, who had to play third base, and Tolley.
Do your Vergengatorix, whatever it is.
Mitch was 5 innings for the win. Frankie Rodriguez gets the 1-out save, and the Mets have something to celebrate on the second to last day of the season. One more game to go tomorrow. 12:30 the coverage with KFC pregame